So lucky you get to hear me talk. All right, great play there by Max Uni.
All right, we're getting going here, folks. Working through all the technical difficulties.
All right, so after the top of the first, 0 runs on 1 hit for Larned. And that's going to bring up the Mavericks as we get things going here. Or Mavericks. I did that all the other day, by the way.
Wrong team.
I got to get used to it. The Greenbacks. I did that the other day a bunch.
Yeah, they're not going to forgive you for that if you keep doing that.
No, not at all.
All right, let's see if we can get everything going here. Take us to the bottom of the first. Not quite the stream we had tested out the other day. Had everything rolling, and what do you know? The day of reckoning, and you don't get all the connections you hope for. Let's see if... And the wind is brutal today.
Gosh, I was looking outside earlier, watching all the dust and everything, and I'm like, oh, my God, this is going to be crazy.
Thank goodness we've got a turf field. That's one of the great things about Pratt is Green Sports Complex is legit.
So Greenbacks come into the game here 1-3 on the season, so dropped a couple early on to Halstead and split with Kingman last Friday in some games there, but definitely looked a lot better.
All right. Oh, I was testing out our stream there. I think we're up and rolling.
Definitely hit a lot better on Friday, so that worked out really good there. So
not able to get the cameras that we hope to have for this first broadcast.
All right, Max Uni at the plate right now. Max, a junior, starting shortstop all year for the Mavericks, or for the Greenbacks. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get
twice.
it. That's 2. Lori's going to start hitting me in a second, I can tell. Ball 1 to Max. Got Cole Clazer on the mound for Larned. And Max is going to hit one in the air to right field. Right fielder camps underneath of it and brings it down. Looks like that was...
Who do we have in right field? Reagan?
Yep.
That lineup from Larned was a tricky one to read.
That's going to bring up Tay Wilson. So
Tay off to a great start this season.
I'll tell you what, he 5 doubles so far, and the season record for doubles is 13.
Yeah, that's pretty good pace.
Yeah.
You get into your 5th game of the year and almost halfway there.
Yeah. Tay earned his way up to the 2-hole after the first doubleheader against Halstead when he was crushing at that one, and didn't disappoint against Kingman. So appears to be leading the way right now with batting average.
Yeah, he's on pace for a heck of a season.
And that's going to be foul just off first base and bring our count to 1-1. So the nice thing about Tay, I think he's playing relaxed just because, had a conversation with his dad, and I know his dad said that Tay mentioned to him that, hey, wrestling's my main sport. So
yeah, when you got a sport that you don't put all the pressure on you, it's a little easier to go out there and have fun.
Cole Clazer comes set right here. The pitch to Wilson. And he's going to hit one to the left. Great diving stop by the shortstop, but that's going to be a hit for Wilson right there. That would have been a great play if made by Hope, but he at least was able to knock it down and keep Wilson at first. Another junior coming to the plate right here, so Jaden Meese coming to the plate. Jaden, the starting pitcher today. Jaden, the lone returning starter for the Mavericks, so... in regionals, he started in right field there for the Mavericks. So, Mavericks for the Greenbacks. Golly.
Third
That's
time?
3. Actually 4, I think, because I did it twice there. So, yeah. So, the Greenbacks.
There, we finally got a camera to come online. There we go.
Cole Clazer tries the throw over to first. Wilson back in easily on that one. And that curveball, Jaden gets around early on. That's going to bring us to 0-2.
Hanging curveball. Those are the ones you like to see as a batter.
Oh, man. Especially if you can keep your weight back.
If you know they're coming.
Yeah.
That's the tricky part, is just knowing when they're coming and when they're not. If you're sitting back on it and it's not the curveball, that's when you get into some trouble.
Wilson with the lead at first, and that's going to be a ball. Count's going to go to 1-2 here, 1 out, bottom of the first. Greenbacks in the pinstripes today, breaking them out for the first time this year.
I was going to say, how many uniform combos do they have?
I think if you did combos, quite a few. They got 3. Well, they got the pinstripes, and then they've got the green and the green and the yellow jerseys.
What do they wear on the road? What were they wearing at Halstead and Kingman?
They've done a little bit of both. I think they've done green and then the yellow with gold with gray pants. So I think some of them are excited for the pinstripes today, though.
I like them.
And Jaden's going to connect with that one up the middle. Going to be a line drive into center. Wilson round second. He's headed for third. The throw's going to be offline, so Wilson's going to get to third on that single by Jaden Meese, and that's going to put runners at the corner with the 4-hole hitter Justice Tatro at the plate. Tatro, one of 2 seniors.
That's always the word with live music.
I'll tell you what, man, picking walk-up songs was what Creston wanted and what we thought he should do were 2 completely opposite things. He would play a song and we would be like, what is that stupid song?
I think that's pretty common.
Good curveball by Colclaser there. Gets Tatro swinging on that one, so. Coach Hill going to call timeout and have a conversation with Tatro and Bolin. I think there's some confusion here. They're looking to maybe have a pitch runner for the pitcher, a courtesy runner for the pitcher.
Which in high school you can do, right?
Yep.
Pitcher and catcher, you can have a courtesy runner.
Yep. And that's going to be the case, so.
Where's that 33, 35?
I'll tell you, with that wind, it's nice being in the booth today. Which one are you looking for?
Number 35.
I think it's Luke Gatlin. That's what I was wondering if that was Luke Gatlin. Comes in as the courtesy runner, so. Ball in the dirt there. Gatlin doesn't get to second on that one, so runner's still at the corners, and we've got a 1-1 count still here with 1 out in the bottom of the first. And Colclaser comes set, delivers the pitch, and that's going to hit Tatro.
That's one way to get on first base.
I'll tell you what. That's going to load it up for junior Barrett Bolin.
Number 20, the third baseman, Barrett Bolin.
Bolin probably leading the team in RBIs this year. So Bolin hitting very well the first 4 games and driving in a lot of runs. So Tatro at first, Gatlin at second running for Meese, and Wilson at third with 1 out here, and Bolin up to the plate. That's going to be outside, ball 1. Glad to have Cody setting up today, trying to get a good live stream going here from our first home game.
Yeah, working through all the technical difficulties, but it sure helps having you actually doing the talking, or I can mess with the cameras and all the gear. So we'll see how smoothly this goes.
And
that's call him a hit by pitch there.
I think that just got him on the inside.
Now batting, second baseman.
What do they say after you get hit by a pitch? Just don't rub it. It hurts more if you rub it. Is that the saying?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
I don't know who they is.
Creston Poor at the plate. Poor, the lone freshman starter for the Greenbacks this year. So he's coming up, bases loaded, 1 run in as Wilson comes in on that hit by pitch. And the first one, Poor, is going to hit to third. And he's going to ground out to third, but that's going to push Gatlin across the plate as well. So Poor is going to get an RBI, and Bolin got hit, so that pushed one in a minute ago. So that's going to be 2-0 so far for.
Now batting, Dawson Everett, number 2. Right
And you
field.
take the RBIs when you can get them. They're never that fun as a player. You know, it's like, you want to get on base.
Yeah.
But
Well, you want to hit a gapper that
Yeah.
scores 2 or 3 runs instead of, a little dink grounder to the
Yeah.
third baseman. So Dawson Everett up to the plate. Dawson, one of 2 seniors on the team. So Tatro was up earlier, and Dawson, the only other senior. Greenbacks lost 11 seniors last year, so have 2 this year. Dawson starting in right field today. And that's going to be 0-2 on the count right there with 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Mavericks pushed 2 across so far. Our Greenbacks pushed 2
there's the
across.
pun. Grab a pen. Use your pen next time, Lori. Just stab it. Maybe that'll correct him.
And that one's in the dirt, swung at, so the catcher's going to come out and make the throw to first, and that's going to do it here in the first. So your score, 2-0 after 1. Greenbacks on top.
Half inning, 18 pitches for Larned's pitcher.
It's Larned. That guy down there yelled at.
Left a few on base there.
Yeah, you always want to get, that's a conversation we have at times with, I know at least with Creston, is that, you got bases loaded, 1 out there. Your goal's not to smash a home run. It's,
Right, advance the runners.
just get a good solid contact, maybe drop something in the outfield, and don't press yourself too much.
Like we said, though, easier to say that in hindsight than to try to tell a high school kid.
Yeah, they want to be the star as much as
you gotta
possible.
Tell them what's good for, it's good for the gander.
All right, we have Smith up, number 22. Is that right?
Yep.
Mavericks needing to pull out 4 wins this week. These are all league games tonight, and then they are on the road on Thursday at Hoisington. So,
And with that short turnaround, that pitch count really comes into play with,
yeah,
who, like Barrett Bolin.
Yep.
Usually we'd see him pitch a Tuesday game, but he said he's not pitching tonight.
Yep.
That way he's able to pitch
Thursday.
come Thursday.
Yeah. So, and anybody that pitches over 46 tonight is done for Thursday. So they have to have, once they hit 46, they have to have the breaks. And so, thanks, sir. They have to have the breaks, and so they won't be able to go. So, yeah, Coach Hill changing it up a little bit and splitting. Normally, Meese and Bolin are the two starters. Jaden usually starts the first game, Barrett the second game. And so splitting that up, so one of them starts tonight and one of them will start on Thursday with a couple other people. So at the plate for Larned is going to be number 22, Smith. Smith, the third baseman. Defensively for the Mavericks, Meese on the mound, Chaz Tiefetiller behind the plate, Bolin at third, Uni at short, Poor at second, and Tatro at first. And that's going to be a hit to left, and Noah Riley's going to get past him. He's going to chase it down. That's going to be at least a double here. And they're going to get it back in and hold Smith to a double right there. So,
Well, if you're Larned, that's what you want to lead off an inning after giving up 2 runs in the bottom of the first.
yeah, absolutely.
25, Sanders.
Outfield there is going to be Riley in left, Tay Wilson in center, and Kyler Kraft actually defensively in right. So I'm wondering if Everett is DHing for Kyler. So Dawson hit, and then Kyler playing in right. So first baseman Shanders up to the plate.
If you're a Larned fan watching this, we apologize if we've got the names wrong.
And that's a shot to left two. Gets between short and third. Riley comes up with it, gets it into the cutoff, bowling, and that's going to hold Smith up at third, and Shanders is going to be with a single. So that's going to be 2 hits back-to-back this inning.
Now batting in center field, number 14, Connor.
Nobody out, runners at the corners. Tifa Tiller given the first and third sign. That way the greenbacks know what they're going to do here depending on the play.
What do most coaches elect for? Do
I
you
think
fake the throw? Do you cut it at the pitcher?
A lot of factors into that. Being that, you got to think about how fast are the guys on the 2-base pass, right? Is the guy at first, if someone fast that it's going to be a struggle to throw them out anyway? Or are they somebody a little bit slower that you have more confidence in getting out? And then is the guy at third somebody that if you make the throw is going to be able to get home quick? And so, I think with nobody out, I think a lot of times they're going to fake it. And that's just carrying by the wind right there. So that ball up in the air, Wilson came in on it, but then I think the wind carried it.
Boy, it'd be tough to judge out there. What are we getting, 45-mile-an-hour gusts right now?
Yeah. So that's going to turn into a double there for Connor and push across Smith and make it a 2-1 game. So runners at second and third here on 3 straight hits by Larned.
Yeah, you put a ball in the air. If you're a base runner, I think you got to treat it a little differently than a normal game, going halfway or holding up. Something that hangs in that air long today, I'd say he's got a pretty good chance of hitting the ground.
Yeah, the other thing you got to remember, too, is not only, the wind's pushing it out, but you also got to remember that that's making it tougher on the throw coming back in. So you have the ability as a runner to stay farther to the next base without having to worry about getting it back as quick because it's a struggle to throw it in against that wind. Martin up for Larned. Martin, the left fielder today, starting left fielder. Meese hit the curveball for strike 1, and that one's going to be fouled off for strike 2. And that's going to be 3. Tifa Tiller's going to pick it up and tag him, and that's going to be out number 1.
Now batting right fielder, number 9, Reagan.
I feel like he struck the first 2 out, right? As I was walking up.
Keeping stats is not what I'm worried about today, Chad.
No, I'm just some basics right here.
That's what we've got Lori next to us.
That's right.
The great Lori Myers.
This is like my 7th year at the job, so.
Well, now you're officially getting recognized.
So Reagan coming up for Larned, but I'm not sure what the issue is here. Umpire's having a conversation real quick.
That's not number 9.
Nope. They're going to put Martin back at the plate, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
So is that strikeout not valid?
Hold on.
They must have been calling it a foul that hit the ground.
Did they have the count off saying that wasn't his third strike?
Well, but it should be 2 because he's had the first 2 definitely were.
Yeah,
and that's going to be 3. So that just costs another. All I can think of is that they thought on the swing.
Did you give him 19 or 20?
Well, I gave him 20.
Did you give him 21?
Yeah, I wonder how that affects the pitch count, how they ruled that.
Well,
like you said, that pitch count, that's an important thing.
I think what they were doing is I think they're saying that he foul tipped it and it hit the dirt, so then it was just like a foul ball. But then again, I think a lot of times, and my wife corrects me, so. Now we've got Reagan up to the plate, and that's going to be a foul ball for strike 1. 1 out here, runners at second and third. 2-1 lead for the Greenbacks in the top of the second. Ball 1 low and in.
Be nice if the Greenbacks could keep them runners there.
And that one's going to be fouled back and bring it to a 1-2 count. So Larned started the inning with 3 straight hits, 2 singles, and a double, a single, and a double. 3 straight hits. Pushed one across, and Greenback's looking to get out of it without any more damage. And another foul ball there. Pitch comes in. That one's going to bounce high off the plate. Meese grabs it, throws to first, and going to be called out at first. Luckily, no runners advance because of how that one came off the plate. So
that was a good play by Meese.
Yeah, it was. That's the toughest.
Those are those in-between ones where you don't know if you hesitate just a little thinking the catcher's going to come out and get it.
Well, the other thing, it's tough for him because being a lefty, he had to make that spin to get the throw. And so once you take your eye off that first baseman, you're trying to pick him back up again before you launch it. And that's a tough play every time. That's going to bring us back to the top of the order again with Shaver. So Shaver 0 for 1 with a strikeout here to lead off the game. So 2 outs, runners still at second and third, 2-1 game. Meese looking to get out of it here without any more damage. And that's going to bring us 1-2 count right there. And that's going to be 3 right there. So Meese battles through and gets Shaver for the second time tonight on a K, leaving runners stranded at second and third. So after 1.5, Pratt leading 2-1.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you, tonight's the night to not be in the stands.
I know. I mean, having the booth block the wind.
Yeah. If I was, it'd be right in front of the booth, let me tell you.
Yeah, I think that section filled up pretty quick.
See, that would be my struggle, though, is being – I'm not one of those that when your kid is playing and you're competitive that you can sit that close to the other team.
You're the guy that's got to sit far away.
And so when you look, it filled up quick by people from both teams, and I'm like, I'd have to go somewhere else. Not because I dislike people. I just – that competitive nature gets going.
Let's try this out. We've got some commercial breaks from some sponsors. Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
With my sister. Hopefully it was. I think I can.
Have to double check those. Thought we'd get the audio come through on our end.
I'm like, why are you calling me? He's like, you put that in the group chat. I was like, crap. Yeah, I did. Now batting for Pratt.
And leading us off here in the bottom of the second, going to be catcher Chaz Tiefetiller. Tiefetiller, another sophomore, so a lot of underclassmen.
Pratt's a young team, only 2 seniors,
Yeah.
Justice Tatro and Dawson Everett. Graduated 11 last year.
Yeah, it's juniors, you've got 4 starting, counting Meese. So Meese, Uni, Bolin, and Riley. So,
Yeah, really a young team.
yeah.
which has its pluses and minuses. You know, you're like, okay, we're gonna get this core group of kids for a little bit, but sometimes that lends itself to a rebuild year.
Yeah, and I think that was the struggle in the first games against Larned. You know, you lost 11 seniors last year. You had Jaden was really the only one that not only started but played a lot, I think. And so, you know, even though you have some other upperclassmen, they didn't have varsity time. And so I think that made it a little bit of a learning experience for them in the first 2 games, and definitely bounced back against Kingman on Friday. Looked a lot better on that one. So
Even the game we lost was at 6-7. I mean, that was
yeah, 1-run game. Yeah. Tifatil are going to draw the walk right there. So
4 straight pitches.
Now batting, left fielder, number 21, Noah Riley.
that's going to bring up Noah Riley. Noah starting left field tonight, junior for us there. So, and we're going to have Ethan Koger coming in to run. Ethan, a sophomore. He's going to be the courtesy runner for Tifatiller.
I like that. Got the walkout songs going.
I know the boys were excited about having walk-up songs. That's all I've been hearing about is walk-up songs. What about walk-up songs? What song should I play?
Hey, it's those little things that are important.
I understand that.
I tried to tell, we had the conversation we had with Creston was that the walk-up song, while it's for you, the walk-up song should be something that gets the crowd pumped up to cheer for you. Like something, you want it to be something good that
Again,
captures
it goes
the
back
crowd.
to like the RBI. It doesn't matter what's good for
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly. Yeah. Koger with the lead at first. That's going to come in and be high, so 1-0. Had a couple of throwovers from Cole Clazier over to first.
Pratt does like to run the bases after looking through their stats.
Yep.
There's
we do.
quite a few stolen bases each game.
Yes.
Oh.
And that one's going to be high. Noah Ducks goes over his head there. We interestingly enough, we do have one player that's on pace, I think, if he hadn't already done it, to break the record for number of pickles in a season.
I didn't even know that was an official stat.
It's probably not, but that one's going to be a hard grounder, to the third baseman who's unable to make that play there. So Riley's going to reach on official score would probably call that. Possibly, I'm a mean official score, so that'd be on an error there. But the important piece is Riley reaches runners at first and second, nobody out, and that starts us back to the top with Max Uni at the plate. Nobody holding Riley at first. Koger with a good lead at second. And ball 1. Yeah, I don't think it's an official category, but
somebody keeps track
we're
of
sure
it.
we're sure acting like it is. Like, dude, you've played 4 games and been in 4 pickles already. Maybe you should quit being in pickles. And that one up. Good job by Uni to leave that one alone. Wanted it at first, but held off.
Those high ones are tough to lay off of.
Oh, man.
They're just right at that eye level. They look so good coming in.
And that one right back up the middle by Uni. Should score 1 at least. Koger rounding third. He's headed home. The throw to third. Safe is going to be the call on Riley. So Riley's going to be called safe at third. Koger scores, and Uni gets to second on the throw. So Uni with a drive back up the middle.
Now batting, number 14, center fielder, Tay Wilson.
Did they just yell wrong? And Tay Wilson back to the plate here. Tay got a hit in the first inning. Runners at second and third, 3-1 Greenback lead. And Tay drives that. It's going to be foul down the left field line.
Talking to his dad today, he said he's not much of a pull hitter. Tay's usually an opposite field hitter.
He has been, but he in the Kingman game the other day, he was driving him to right center for some reason.
I think his batting average coming into this game was .666 with 1,000% slugging percentage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been driving the ball. Wilson, a state wrestling champ this year, so able to pull out his first state championship as a sophomore. He's going to drive this one to the left side. That's going to score a run, and Wilson's quick enough that he's going to be safe. They fake the throw. Fake the throw and almost pick Uni off a second, but somehow he's able to get back.
Now batting number 5, pitcher Jaden Meese.
So that's going to go down as a hit for Wilson there. And bring up junior Jaden Meese, who got to hit his first at-bat as well. Larned's coach having a conversation with the field ump. Four to 1 here in the bottom of the second. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Jaden Meese up to the plate. Wind blowing out to kind of right center heavily today. And that's going to be in the dirt, and runners are going to move up on that play. So Uni to third, Wilson to second. Cole Glazier comes set, looks the runner at second, and the pitch is going to be strike on the outside corner.
He did catch that outside corner.
One and one the count here on Meese. I like that they coaches have to be fully uniformed in baseball for high school.
As opposed to, is it not like that in other?
No, any other high school, college, and pros they do.
Yeah, I was going to say baseball. I thought it was across the board at all levels.
No, it's all the levels you're growing up in. It's shorts and T-shirts and inappropriate shirts from some of them. And Meese gets one in the air to left. Left fielder under it. Uni's going to fake like he's going, but he's going to hold up at third. So Meese going to fly out. That'll be the first out of the inning and bring up the 4-hole hitter, senior Justice Tatro.
Justice Tatro, number 12.
And that's going to be a swing and miss right there for Tatro. Cole Glazier with the delivery here. Curveball. Going to be called a strike. Oh, and to the count, one out. Runners still at second and third. Greenbacks have pushed 2 across so far in this half of the inning. Ball outside. And another curveball. Tatro's able to contact it. And the fielder tries to go after Wilson, who's moving on the hit. So Wilson was moving from second to third, and Uni was still at third. He didn't go on contact, but the shortstop went after Wilson, and Uni was able to get the read and head home. So
Number 20, Barrett Bolin.
Uni scores. Wilson tagged out. So that's going to be a fielder's choice right there.
It was a good play by the shortstop. I didn't know if he's going to be able to run Tay down.
Yeah. It kind of looked like it'd be tough to see if he actually got the tag on him, but... And curveball to Bolin.
That curveball's got a lot of break on it.
Yeah.
And this wind probably just helps it even more.
Tatro at first with a good lead here. 2 outs. 4-1. And strike 2, the call right there. So 0-2 on Bolin.
Did we not get one in there?
We did. We got Uni in, so.
Okay, I thought that put it to 5-1.
Yep. And that one's going to be a foul ball. And that one's going to be driven into left field right there by Bolin. So Tatro going to move up to second. Bolin going to move up to first. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Greenbacks push 3 across, making it 5-1. Runners at first and second. And freshman Creston Poor coming to the plate. Poor starting second base. Utility player, been
he plays a little bit everywhere, doesn't he?
five positions so far this year. And that's a curveball left up, and he drives it into left field. Left fielder boots it. So that's going to be an error on the left fielder, and Tatro's going to come around to score. And Bolin's going to get to third, and Poor will be at first on the reach on air.
Right fielder, number 2, Dawson Everett.
I should tell you it's Ian, 2 E's.
On Creston?
Yeah.
Oh, I had his name spelled wrong?
Yeah, it's two E's.
Well,
we're all about vowels in our house. Caden is 2 A's, Connor is 2 O's.
Can I buy a vowel, please?
Yeah.
Well, we will get that
Now,
updated for the next game.
oh, Kyler Kraft at the plate.
Oh, I had Dawson Everett at the plate.
Poor takes off for second. The throw's cut off, so Poor is going to get another stolen base there. So they must have, Everett did the first at bat, and so they must have made the change after the first inning. So Kyler Kraft actually replaced Everett. I think Everett's going to pitch today as well, maybe so. So Kyler Kraft actually in to replace Everett, so he'll be batting now with runners at second and third. Poor picks up another steal. He leads in that category. Kraft hit one yesterday in the JV game that one hopped the right field fence. So today.
He did. It was a rope.
Today would be the day to hit another one and get it up. It'd be out today.
Yeah, he scored on that. That was an in the parker.
Hit and miss when they do that. Oh.
And that's going to be in there for a strike. So count 3-1 with 2 outs here on Kraft, looking to drive in a couple more runs for the Greenbacks. And that one fouled off behind the plate. You can just hear the wind.
I know, even
hear
in
it
here in the
blowing.
booth.
And
There.
Kraft does get one up in the air. That's going to travel deep to right center field. Going to get out to the fence. That's going to score both Bolin and Poor. And Coach Hill waving Kraft around, and he's going to hold him up at third, and Kraft gets back, and they're going to get him on that one. So had him round in third, so that's going to be a triple as it goes down for Kraft.
We hit it about the same place he did yesterday.
Yeah, that was a great hit. Scores 2 runs there, so Kraft gets a triple. Both runs get in, and then he gets picked on the backside on that one. So great contact for Kraft. And that pushes 2 more across. So in the bottom of the second, the Greenbacks pick up 6 runs on multiple hits and a couple of errors, bringing it to 8-1 after 2.
Let's see here. Try this again.
Larned has 50 pitches.
There we go.
I was going to ask
hear
if
it
it was.
earlier.
I was going to ask if it was a button.
Number 5 should be. Now batting pitcher number 5, Cole Glazier.
Ugh. You can't let him in the. You cannot let him in the box.
I didn't know he was still around here. If he comes up here, though, that would be incredible. If anybody doesn't know who I'm talking about, the great Austin McNorton. I see him walking around down there. I know he's going to come up here and see how things are going. I've got an extra set of headphones for him, Laura.
Yeah. Cole Glazier up to plate for Larned to start the 3rd inning here. Meese with the pitch. It's going to be a swing and strike on that one. Meese still on the mound for the Greenbacks. That's going to be outside for ball 1, so 1-1 count there. I did get a confirmation text that the video is good.
Well, that's better than the alternative.
I'm kind of disappointed they didn't say nothing about the announcing.
Just the video is good, huh?
Video's good. Not sure about the announcing.
Hey, I think you're doing great. If I was trying to do all this as a one-man show, I'd be a little worried.
It's difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I need to screenshot a little picture of our booth here, and it looks like a hot mess with all these cords and shiny buttons and screens. And
I feel like we crowded the regulars.
You really did.
all right, I feel like we should just give you that other set of headphones so you can be our 3rd partner here in the booth.
That was a ball.
Full count on Cole Glazier here. And he's going to drive that one into left field. So Cole Glazier is going to pick up a hit in his 2nd at bat.
Now batting shortstop number 15, Hope.
We must be doing okay because we got some laughy faces on the poor announcing.
Well, they can hear us then. That's a good thing. Audio's good, video's good.
As long as they haven't muted it yet. Strike 1 as we've got Hope up to the plate. Hope the starting shortstop here for Larned.
Meese being a lefty over there, too. Keeps them runners on a little closer than when you've got a righty on the mound.
Yeah, if I was critical of Jaden, and I heard his dad say it earlier in the year too. If I had one critique of him, I don't know that I have yet to see him throw over though.
Oh, really? He's got
I don't.
the who was the famous baseball player for the A's? Was that John Lester, who just could not pick off anybody? Wouldn't even throw over there, and the Royals knew it in that wild card game.
Yeah,
they could take as big a lead as they wanted to, because he would never throw to first base.
Yeah, that would be the one critique, but Tifa Tiller with the back pick and runners back in time there. So 2-2 count here on Hope.
Is that your phone? I'm going to have to tell you to silence, Chad.
I know.
The guy in the booth.
I was just thinking that. I didn't know I was that popular.
Well, when you partner up with me, anything can happen, Chad.
Hope hits that one to left field, and that's caught in foul territory out there by Riley. So that's going to be one out there as Riley chases that one down.
Now batting second base.
I haven't been popular all day, and now all of a sudden it's... He did. He was listening to us. Look at that.
Listening too. Look at the influence we have.
Golly. Yeah, I heard it was good. I heard his dad say something earlier in the year. He's like, throw over. That's going to be foul to the right side. Nobody able to get to that one. I told Creston that when we were driving home yesterday, I said, hey, I might not be able to make your game tomorrow. And he's like, what? Why? And I said, well, my boss at Paladin Strategies said I need to go to the Wichita State, Oklahoma State softball game.
What did he say to that?
Who's your boss? Oh, wait, that's you.
That's
What are
you.
you talking about? I'm like, well, Oklahoma State's ranked number 2. Ball outside here on Morgan. 8-1, Maverick, Greenbacks up. Caught it partial way through there. Golly. 8-1, Greenbacks up here in the top half of the third. One out. Runner at first. Runner goes. Tifa Tiller comes up throwing. And safe. Oh.
Good throw by Tifa Tiller.
Man. I think Coach Hill's going to come out and talk.
What did you see there? Is it worthy of a talk?
I think you have to every time. It ain't going to change it, though. I think you have to. I can see the umpire already telling him that he tagged him up high on that
What do you
one.
ask when you're a coach there? What do you ask of the umpire? Just what did you see?
Yeah. I mean, I think you've got a different view. I think you have to go out, let your players know you're defending them, and I think that's what you're asking. Like, what did you see? How did you not get him out? I mean, the ball beat him there. The swipe tag was there first. Like, what was the issue? And I think that's the umpire saying, well, no, he got him up on the shoulder. So, yeah, you're just trying to figure out what he saw on that one. That's a high hopper, tough play, barehanded by Poor. Bad throw in the dirt. And that's going to push a run across and send the runner to second base. So
Now batting number 22, third baseman Smith.
What are you looking for? The ground. Who went to scored? Oh, it was. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
You got 44. Yes. Sometimes after they hit it, I like watch it and I forget if I marked it.
if you need to mute.
So Morgan reaches on the air by Poor. That brings up Smith to the plate. That's those are. Like I said, I'm hard on that, so I always call that an error. That's a tough play. You're trying to rush and get it there, and so you barehand it. A good throw gets him, but So Cole Glazer comes around to score on that one, so that makes it 2 for Larned. And Smith up at the plate right now. Smith gets under that one, fouled out of play behind us. Smith, a junior. Looks like Larned only has one.
Where'd you find that roster at? I was looking all over online for, the one right in front of us that you scan.
Yeah, the QR code. Well, Lori was hiding it, and then she threw it in front of me.
She did show it to me earlier. All day I was looking for one online. I couldn't find one.
Looks like Larned only has 2 seniors as well, and
I learned
only
yesterday
one
too.
both plays. Both are there again.
This year, Larned is co-opting with lacrosse. I believe, which
yeah,
is
that's
an
what I
odd-
heard.
They're not nearly, they're not real close together. A
No,
lot of
it's
times
a-
when you see schools co-op, they're not too far apart.
It's a little bit of a drive for sure.
So yeah, it might be some new names that we're not used to seeing on a Larned lineup. I wonder how many players came over from lacrosse that are on this team.
Yeah, it's about according to this, between the two, that's going to be in the wrong place, but. And that's going to be strike 3 right there on Smith. So that's going to bring us to 2 outs.
Now batting, first baseman, number 25, Sanders.
That's going to be the 5th strikeout for Mies.
Good job from
So-
Jaden, too, to recover after that error. Sometimes
Yes.
when you got a fielder behind you that makes an error, it kind of
Yeah.
frazzles you, or it can.
Absolutely. Yeah, it can change a lot really quick. 37 minutes, so 36 miles between the two. So that's a little bit of a jaunt depending on where they're practicing at. Sanders at the plate for Larned. And he's going to drive that one to right field. Kraft coming in. Oh, Kraft misses that one. And Wilson's going to be there, so that's going to push a run across as Sanders reaches on an air. And a run comes across, making it 8-3. Larned's still up. Or excuse me, Greenback's still up 8-3. Larned's pushed 2 across on 2 errors. So that falls in line with a little bit what we had that first doubleheader against Hallstatt. I think in both games we actually only gave up 1 earned run on the night and lost.
It gave up how many runs, though?
11 total.
11 total
Yeah.
runs, 1 of them earned.
Yep.
That's frustrating if you're a head coach.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think Coach Hill was happy after that game, after that doubleheader. I mean, I can tell you a lot of others, parents weren't happy either.
There, gets him out of the inning there.
Ground ball to the second baseman, Poor, finishes that inning off. So Larned gets 2 across on a couple of errors by the Greenbacks.
I had 54.
And that's going to make it 8-3 after 2.5. So
Pratt pitcher has 54 pitches.
Yeah, Chaz should be.
I think that's the man right there.
What do you know? Got the great Austin McNorton in the booth.
My gosh.
So
Got a
famous.
spare headset for
We
you
should
there.
get autographs. Autographs.
Swank was like, you should go out there and see how much equipment Cody's got. He's like, he's taking up the whole booth.
Throw those on. We got to interview you for a little bit. We're in between innings.
All right.
Not a guy to shy away from a microphone, are you?
I know, but I've never been a guy who's been interviewed before. I'm normally.
You're usually on the other end of it, huh? Can you hear us there?
How do you play baseball in this kind of wind?
Well,
My
it's a lot better
gosh.
in the booth here, isn't it?
Well,
I'll tell you what, I miss it. I like being up here with you guys.
Strategically, you just
Feel
want
at
to hit
home.
it in the air.
Boy, you should see the
Just get it in
softball
the
game
air.
over there. You think it's bad here.
Oh,
That
yeah.
field is crazy because that wind hits them directly in the face.
Yeah.
It is something to see.
That would be miserable.
It's pretty exciting, that's for sure. That's what I kind of like about these kind of games, though. There's no such thing as a routine play.
Yeah,
Not one.
yeah.
You know, there's not one routine play
Yep.
the entire game. So that always makes it kind of interesting, I think.
Yeah,
You'll
we've
probably
seen
see a
some-
lot more errors, but that makes it fun, I think.
Yeah, makes running the base paths a little more exciting.
Yeah, every single contact made is, I mean, you don't know exactly where that thing's going to go, which makes it pretty exciting, honestly.
Tiefenthaler at the plate for the Greenbacks. Yeah, they, I think, I can't remember what game it was last year, but we were watching a game and the wind was crazy like this. And even like the center fielder trying to throw it to third, like the ball just like, the wind just catches it and throws it off track. And
Nothing goes where it's supposed to.
no. Tiefenthaler goes after that one that's low, barehanded by the third baseman across. Bounces, first baseman stops it with his face. So Tiefenthaler's going to reach on an air right there.
Fielder number 21, Noah Riley.
And we're going to get a courtesy runner for Tiefenthaler. Looks like Coger's going to come in and run for him as well. Yeah, we live out in the country area. And, even at our house in Greensburg, there was so much dust blowing.
Right.
It was just, I'm like, this is going to be miserable. But like Cody said earlier, this is when it's good to have turf.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
goodness you got a turf field.
There's usually an adjustment when you have a turf field that should favor the Greenbacks throughout the course of the season, where Larned, normally not playing on the turf.
Yeah.
There's always an adjustment. Like even, for example, Pratt Community College, their softball team was here today practicing on the turf because they go to Barton tomorrow and they have a turf field.
Oh, yeah.
And so Pratt Community College's softball team was here saying, we got to practice on the turf because it isn't, you just saw it right there.
Yep.
Normally a routine just grounder over to third takes a high bounce, and it's not an easy play to try and barehand it off a bounce from the turf over to the first. Makes it pretty crazy.
Even sliding, sliding on turf is different. A little bit of the running. Noah Riley at the plate for the Greenbacks. Yeah, there's so many factors with it that.
Yeah, like Austin said, if you're not practicing on it all the time,
Right.
you show up and play on it one time, and
It's an adjustment.
Cole Clazier goes over to first, but Coger back in time. But it's definitely beneficial to be in the booth on a day like today.
there were some football games we were glad to be in the booth instead of in the stands.
I'll tell you what.
That one in the dirt. Coger gets a good jump with it, and he's going to get to second. Ball's going to get past second, and center fielder's in backing up. So good backup by the center fielder, but Coger gets to second on the ball in the dirt there. So 2-1 to Riley. 8-3 here in the bottom of the third. Greenbacks with the lead. Nobody out.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you all for doing this for the
appreciate it.
Greenbacks.
I'm glad
That's great.
Chad's helping out here. Otherwise, I've got too many buttons to press.
I think it's great that you guys are still supporting the Greenbacks and everything. I wish I could, but new destinations, new life experiences,
new horizons.
There's a lot going on right now.
Everybody's excited for
There's
you.
a lot going on.
Just at some point, just getting married will change your life.
Well,
just that whole piece of it.
I just booked my honeymoon this week. That was the big thing I checked off the list this week.
Nice.
Tells you the kinds of things I'm up to.
And Riley flies out to the second baseman. So that's going to bring us back to the top of the lineup with Max Uni. Max so far 1 for 2 on the day. Actually, I take that back. Max 0 for 1 and was hit by a pitch.
These uniforms new for the Greenbacks?
They are.
I was going to say, they look different from what I saw last year. Pretty sweet. Pretty slick.
Yeah, I think the boys were excited
Okay.
to have them, so break them out.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it was tough, man. Cody called, and, he laid the offer down on the table, and I just couldn't turn away that compensation that he was offering to.
This is the repayment for the studio usage. When I call on you
I bring my own toilet paper. And the throwback to second, no good, as Coger's back in time.
So will you guys do any softball games too this year? Try to?
Might
Their booths are a little
alternate, yeah.
smaller,
Might
but-
do. It's a little harder to hop from booth to booth
Right,
in
like
between
that's,
games.
yeah,
with
that's
the setup
exactly what
we've
I
got.
did. Right. Yep, that's how I attacked it for the radio last year.
Yeah, if I didn't have so much gear to move from one booth to the other, that might be doable. But
I really feel like what you should do is just make it a challenge between the two teams and tell them, hey, whichever one raises the most sponsorship dollars.
there you go. That's the one I'm covering.
Yeah. Two and 0 to Uni here. Koger at second with one out. And that's going to be fouled to the right side. Haven't seen any pitch clock violations yet today.
My goodness.
Now, what are your thoughts on that? I kind of like it. I like watching baseball. There's been some odd calls. It's kind of an interpretive rule, and how the umpires decide to enforce it. But nobody's been talking about baseball more than they have this year.
That's true. Well, one trend that I hope kind of continues in the major league game is. Oh, go ahead.
And grounder to the shortstop, comes across and gets it, throws in the dirt, so that's going to get past the first baseman. Uni's going to reach on air, and Koger's going to get over to third. So runners at second and third after that air. And that's going to bring up Tay Wilson, the leading hitter for the Greenbacks. But we're going to get a timeout here by the Larned coach first.
But yeah, anyway, like I was saying, one thing that I hope continues, kind of a rule that I think a lot of people are so focused on the pitch clock, they're forgetting about how they increase the bases size.
Yeah.
To try and increase more steals and more action on the base paths. I hope that, because I think that's the most exciting part of the game of baseball is stolen bases and some of those kind of things. So I hope throughout the course of the season we see a lot more emphasis on base running rather than home runs and pitching and that, because I think that's the most exciting part of the game. So the fact, they only increased it by like 4 inches.
Yeah, I was like,
But that 4 inches makes a difference.
Stolen bases have been up already.
Did you see the one the other day, though, where the pitcher threw pick twice, threw over to first? Well, they only get 2 throws. Yeah. After that, they can't throw again. So the runner even looked at the coach and was like, that was twice. So then the runner can get off.
Yep.
And stole a base.
Yeah,
because
there's a whole other different strategy part to that, too. Of pitchers having to be really cognizant about when they try those pickoff plays.
Yes.
And, yeah, you're exactly right, Chad, with the base runners knowing that, too, to say, oh, you've already thrown your 2. Now I can be a little bit more aggressive and lead off more, knowing that if you throw over here again and miss, then I'm going to the next base.
Yeah. No, I think it's...
They got the setup over here, Swank. I'll tell you what. It's awesome. 15-0.
And Wilson ground to the shortstop. That one across the diamond pulls the first baseman off the bag. So we're going to call that another error there, right there. So, again, I'm a lot harder than some others. So that gets a run in.
I did the same. When I scored mine last year, I gave more errors than probably.
Yeah.
Yep. I did too. That was a good hit. That was a good job putting contact on the ball there. It's one of those situations you don't want to strike out or pop up on the infield.
Yeah,
make contact and bring the runner in. That's a great play.
Especially today.
Yep, that's a great play.
Especially today. So, Meese at the plate. Runners at first and second. He's swinging on the first one. That's going to be fouled to the left. 9-3 here is the lead for the Greenbacks in the bottom of the third with one out. Runners at first and second. Yeah, I think the other thing that's interesting about that pit, I think it's good that the batters aren't stepping out and taking forever to get back in. But I think I saw the one the other day where the batter got a strike called on him because he had fouled the previous pitch off, and the runner wasn't back to first base yet.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that yet before. Somehow the batter got penalized the strike because the runner was delaying.
Meese with a single to right field is going to score Uni from second. That's going to push Wilson to second base. So runner still at first and second. Another run across makes it 10-3. Just got word from Mr. Swank that the girls won 15-0.
15-4.
15-4. 15-0 in 4.
Oh,
so
okay. There you
softball won 15-0 in 4. So they run ruled their first game, and the baseball team up 10-3.
Moves them to 4-1 on the season.
Yeah.
Good start for the girls.
Yes. And Tatro grounds this one to the shortstop. He comes across. Throw to first is going to be good for the out. And that's going to move the runners up to second and third. 2 outs, and that's going to bring up junior Barrett Bolin, the third baseman.
Number 20, Barrett Bullen.
Yeah, I didn't think that one was fair, though. I was like, why? He's waiting for the runner to get back, and you're punishing the batter for the runner getting back.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a learning curve to it. I think the only people who truly understands the rules are the umpires, and until we start seeing some of those calls like that made, wow, nice hit.
Hit up the middle by Bolin right there is going to score 2 as the center fielder fumbles it. So Uni and Wilson both in, and Bolin gets a 2 RBI single with 2 outs right there.
Great piece of hitting just by the Greenbacks to continue to move the line, continue to put contact on the baseball. Even Justice Tatro, able to make contact, move both base runners into scoring position. And then I've heard a lot of talk throughout the offseason about Barrett Bolin and his capabilities and what he could add to this team. And that's a great hit right there, right up the middle.
Yeah, and like you said, on a day like today, just getting it in play is one of the first important pieces of it all.
Make contact and make the defense make a play. You're exactly right.
Yeah, force them to do something.
But yeah, Cody, that softball team, I was watching a couple innings and before I came over here, and boy, they are
softball's fun to watch. Boy, I enjoy watching it. The ball's in play a lot more, it feels like. A lot of action.
And
there you go.
Poor with another hard grounder to the third baseman who boots it, but the shortstop snags it off of the third baseman and makes a great play on it. And Poor just barely beats it. So Poor reaches for the second time on an error.
Well, that was a heck of a play, though, by the shortstop.
Yeah.
I mean, to even make that close, I didn't even think he was going to be able to get a throw over there to make it close. And that was pretty outstanding.
One to even be over there as we've got Kraft drives one to right, and that's going to get down. We're going to try and score Bolin here. Poor going to third, and he's going to be in safe at third. So Kraft with another hit pushes Bolin across and gets Poor over to third. So Kraft 2 for 2 on the day so far. And the Mavericks lead 13-3.
Greenbacks.
And the Greenbacks lead 13-3 in the bottom of the third. Golly,
How many
I was
times?
doing
Is that
good
the
for a
first
while.
time you've
No,
done that?
that's
Oh,
like
no.
the it's like the eighth.
No.
Yeah, I haven't done it in. I've been good here
in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've been good here for a little bit. It's been like 6 minutes.
I know we were talking about the base running at the major league level, but boy, so far from what I've seen here in this baseball game, the Greenbacks base running has been pretty great.
Aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Aggressive.
Yeah,
For
taking the extra base and absolutely. Yeah, and we've got, Cody mentioned it earlier, looking at some of the stats. I mean, we've got some guys stealing it, quite a bit of steals on the season, and really aggressive on the base path, so it's been good. Tifa Tiller with the single. Man, I'll tell you what.
Wow, that's an incredible play.
That shortstop.
In the infield, that's a heck of a play.
He's made some great – I mean, his throws have been the only downfall. He's had some not good throws, but – golly, he's playing his
there's
playing
nothing
the
that's getting
range.
by him.
Number 21, Noah Riley.
He's got some good range.
Batted around now here in this inning.
Yes.
Yep.
Noah Riley back at the plate for the Greenbacks.
Just keep the line moving.
Kraft at second and pinch runner in for Tifa Tiller at first.
There it is. There's that aggressive base running
And
again.
stolen base by Kraft. Koger remains at first on that one.
Usually there you want your trail runner always following the lead runner, don't you?
You should, yeah. If you see the lead runner. Now, the crazy part is, depending on the coach and what the runners are, there's times where you might tell them, hey, if you got guys at first and second with 2 outs and they steal, we're trying to get the guy at second. Because as the trail runner, sometimes they take it a little bit easier. They think
assuming the throw's not coming their way.
Exactly. They think the throw's not coming, or it's going to go to the guy at third, and instead you can pick him in that back one there. So Riley grounds out to the third baseman, but Greenback scores 6 in that inning. So back-to-back innings of 6 makes it 14-3 after 3 innings.
Thanks for letting me come up here.
Yeah, appreciate you popping up.
I love it. I'll be tuning in throughout the rest of the day.
All right.
Are you guys going to do both games?
I think so. I don't know if I can talk Chad into staying up here for another one.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing going on, but if one of the other cool guys comes up, and
If not, I might be hollering at you, Austin.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I'm not. It's funny. I always tell Megan, I'm like, during like the off season, especially like right before football season, I'm like, man, I got an itch. Like I got to broadcast something. So it's like when you guys were up here, I was like, I got to go stand in the booth. If nothing else, to just hear the broadcast. Like you get an itch. Like it's my thing. Like I gotta go up and do something. I gotta go talk.
I'm picturing he gets married, and then in a year or two down the road, his wife's gonna have a baby, and he's acting like he's broadcasting the delivery.
It'll definitely happen. It'll definitely happen. I just get like I gotta do something. I gotta go, or else I'm gonna sit in my. I've been watching March Madness. That's been keeping me pretty entertained.
Yeah.
My Wildcats did fantastic, and that's been great. So, but now it's like the Royals are so bad, and I'm just like, I gotta go. I gotta go get something going.
Yeah.
Here. So thanks for letting me come up here and hang for a bit.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Should be a good rest of the game here.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. Greenbacks need to exit this week with 4 wins, so they need to pick these 2 up tonight and drop 2 early ones to Halstead, which was not pretty at all. We didn't, you have one guy that played a lot of RC last year, so I was telling Cody that we gave up 1 earned run that night, and Halstead scored 11 total, and only 1 was earned. So
not ideal.
Yeah, drop those 2, so we need to definitely pick up.
And who do we have on Friday?
Hoisington.
Okay.
At Hoisington.
Okay.
So
that won't be easy.
Yeah, so they need to walk away with 4 wins this week would be really good.
What's kind of the league outlook? I know I'm sticking around, but what's kind of the league outlook for baseball?
I think Haven and Heston are kind of the 2 that are looking like they're going to be towards the top. Haven's always competitive in baseball now, and a lot of returners from last year. But Heston's got that kid that's a senior that throws like 90, has hit 92, and then I know we were at a camp a few months ago, and his little brother, who's a sophomore there, hit 90 as well at the camp. So they've got, a couple of guys that might be pitching high 80s to 90. So I think that's helping them out on that piece. So I think those are the obviously those 2, and then everybody I think's gunning for Pratt. Just from the success over the last few years. So.
That should be a fun season. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, have fun. If you want to do the second game, feel free to.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. See you, Austin.
And Martin up at the plate here for Larned in the top of the 4th, 3-2 count right here. So Austin McNorton joining us there for a little bit. So everybody's sad to see him leave, and happy for him, but sad. And that's going to be a snag by Barrett Bolin on that great line drive there by Martin. So Martin with the good contact, but Bolin snags it for out number 1.
That was a heck of a play by Barrett there.
And Meese starts on top to the 9-hole hitter, Reagan here. Reagan 0 for 1 on the day so far. And the count's going to go to 0 and 2.
What are the run rule limits, Chad? Is it 15 after 3, 10
no,
after
it's
4?
High school.
Or do
it's
they not
just-
even do the 15?
High school, it's 10 after 5.
10 after 5.
Is it 5? I think it's 5. It's either 4 or 5.
Well, what they say the softball ended in 4 innings over there. Do they play the same rules as?
Yeah,
as
it
the
might be. It
softball?
might be 10 after 4.
Instead of the pitch behind his back, a ball, that's a ball. I thought I hit him on foot, but I guess not.
See if I can grab that. I had that pulled up previously because I had looked at it a couple of different times. 14-3 here in the top of the 4th. And that's going to be a hit batter right there. So Reagan's going to get to first.
Boy, ahead in the count there, and then fall to 2-2 and hit the batter. Never like to see that.
No, especially when it's the 9-hole hitter. You want to force the bottom of that lineup to, force them to do something to get on base. And so back to the top of the lineup here for Larned. Shaver with 2 Ks so far tonight, and that's going to be a foul ball right there. And that's going to be a ball outside. Ball in the dirt. Tifa Tiller able to block it.
People realize how important a good catcher is at the high school level. How many runners they keep on first or keep a runner from scoring on third.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest piece is, when you start getting up into about that 14 as Jaden grabs that one, Poor comes across to throw to first, low. They don't get the double play, but they do get the force out right there. So 2 down here, runner at first still. Yeah, especially as you start getting into that 14-year-old age range, you get to the 90-foot bases, the backstop is so much bigger at that point. So
yeah, and I feel even compared to other ballparks,
yeah,
Green Sports Complex here has a very deep backstop.
Yes, yeah. Every Halstead and Kingman both had a lot lower. And Poor with the play right there gets us out of that inning with no runs. So 14-3 after 3.5. And it must be 5.
I had 70.
10 after 5. That's
Yeah. Must be after 5.
Well, if it was after 4, they'd still have to play this top of the.
No, we'd be done now because we'd be.
Oh, that was the top of the 4th.
Yeah, that was the top of the
you're
4th.
Right.
So
you're right.
Yeah.
What's the time limit they take in between games?
It varies.
It's not a set amount.
20 to 30 minutes is what it's been seeming like. I think it just. I felt like one of them here a while back was 30 minutes minimum, and then against Kingman I felt like it was closer to the 20. So I think it's kind of discussed between the coaches and the umpires but I think 20 or 30 minutes is about the standard.
You guys want to shoot this?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Which
We don't have a concession stand this year.
At all? They haven't had one yet. I know that saves my family about $50 a home game when there's no concession stand.
I thought I smelled hamburgers cooking earlier. Oh, okay, yeah.
$50 is probably on the low side too.
That's one of the things that that they talked about with even our team. Like the parents bring food for between games for the players. So I mean, every game, and you don't see that a lot of.
Oh, really?
A lot of schools, yeah. They hit the concession stand or have their snacks or.
Yeah.
But we're fortunate that we provide all of that. Yeah. Have you practiced the word no with the kids at all in the concession stand? Like, no.
Yeah,
No,
for a couple times.
you've
But
been
then
up
it's
there
just
6
easier to say,
times.
here's $2. Yeah.
Here's $2. Then they keep it in their pocket and come back later for 2 more.
Yeah.
How come you got $200 in your bedroom? Max Uni at the plate for the Greenbacks, leading off this bottom of the 4th. Uni has, I'm showing 0 for 2 right now with the hit by pitch, so reached on air the last time up. Again, our stats are unofficial stats, so.
That's right. As long as you say them with confidence, people believe you.
And this is Chopper to the shortstop coming up, grabs it, makes the play. Good throw to first. And that's going to be out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting number 14.
it's one of those times where you'd like to see. I mean, it's kind of a twofold. One, you'd like to see us push a couple more across to make it a little bit more solid that we get done after the top half of the next inning.
Yeah.
At the same time, Jaden can't pitch Thursday anyway, and we don't play again after Thursday until next Friday. So, theoretically, you could ride him to a max of 105 that they allow.
Is that a max? They do have a ceiling on how many you can throw?
Yeah, you can throw 105 in one day, and the only way you can go over that is if you're in the middle of a batter, you can finish that batter. So if you hit 105 in the middle, they let you finish the batter, but it's all based off of everything's off that pitch count, and so if you pitch, if you hit more than 30 pitches, you got to take a day rest. If you hit more than 40, if you go over 45, you got to have 2 days rest. If you go over 60, you got to have 3 days rest. Over 75, you got to have 4 days rest. So, and that actually stems from my high school.
How so?
Well, here
one of the big proponents of that.
No. Here a number of years ago,
or you had a kid that threw 190 pitches in a night.
A number of years ago, there was a kid that he's actually one of the coaches now, but he was the coach's son, and he had a lively arm and a strong arm, and they pitched him a lot, and he through the postseason in Summit State, that one's going to be just foul. He had multiple 100-pitch games without hardly any rest, and people complained, and so Keisha said, "You know what? We're going to put in pitch counts to protect kids' arms." And the challenge of that is and you see it with every sport. Every kid is different. So some kids, their arms are stronger, their arms are more in shape. They could handle throwing 50 pitches and coming back a day or two later and doing it again. And now we've bundled them all into one with the rules and said, "Nah, if you do this, it doesn't matter who you are. Or you're just done for a few days."
Well, that's usually the way it is with a lot of things. They always start with good intention, and then once you put that broad net over everybody, it's kind of like, it doesn't need to apply to everybody.
Yeah. We had kids growing up, and we had kids that they could only throw 50 pitches, period, just because they were getting tired. And then you had others that could easily throw 50 and be fine. Ball high and outside is going to even it up at 2-2 here. Got 2 outs.
2 outs. I had us at 1 there. I dropped the ball. See if Tay can keep this streak alive here. He's been hitting the ball well.
And that one's going to be booted by the shortstop, so Wilson's going to reach on an air.
Haven't seen that very much today so far from that shortstop. He's been pretty sure-handed everything that's came his way.
He's been good getting it and fielding it. He's had some throw struggles,
Yeah.
But, he's covered his ground good. Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to see if you had a name on.
Yeah, Hope is his name, and
No.
I was going to see if I had Brady Hope. He's a junior.
Just uni.
So just a junior.
Yeah, he's had a good game out there defensively. Covers a lot of ground.
Jaden Meese up at the plate with Wilson on first. I believe there is only 1 out, so just Uni led the inning off here, so there is only 1.
Take that one back. I did have it. These girls up here aren't used to as being distracted from us.
And ball 2 right there. And looks like some off speed. I hope that's some off speed because that's coming in there.
Well, Tay had one like that previous at bat that he turned on so much.
Yeah.
I don't think he was expecting that much off speed.
Yeah. Tay with the lead at first. He takes off as Jaden drives one to right. That's going to get down. Wilson's going back. Wilson's going to be forced out at second base.
A little confusion there on the base path. Not sure what was going on there.
Yeah, Tay was obviously confused on something there because that one dropped in front of the right fielder. So I know he heard the contact and worried about going back, but so that actually takes a hit away from Jaden, interestingly enough, and
Turns into a fielder's
turns
choice.
into a fielder's choice, yeah. And that one behind Tatro there. So 2 outs now here in the bottom of the fourth. And we're going to get a pitch runner here. Reese Clark going in to run for Jaden. Want to know the count here to Tatro. Clark with the lead at first. Cole Clazier still on the mound. Comes set. And that one in the dirt. Cole Clazier up to 90 pitches so far. And that's going to even us up. 2's across the board. Or, nope, I'm wrong. 2-1's going to be the count. And Reese gets picked off on that one, so he's headed to second. Looks like we're in a pickle here. And Reese is going to be tagged out, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the fourth. So a couple of base running blunders hurt the Greenbacks here in the fourth and take away the momentum, but still up 14-3. So 11-run lead. Just need to shut them down, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, get out of this first game with a win.
91 pitches for Larned's pitcher. We got it down. Yes.
Looks like Dawson Everett's back in right field, re-entering for Kraft. The same everywhere else across the board. Yeah, if the wind wasn't blowing, it'd be a beautiful day for baseball.
It was nice this morning. And then about 10 o'clock, that wind decided to show up.
I feel like the other sport that on days like today that are miserable is track.
Yeah, and they're down in Medicine Lodge right now. Freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah.
I don't know. We were out at Golf Lorry. Was that last Thursday?
Now batting.
And
Yeah.
that was, boy,
Yeah.
that was a windy one out there at Park Hills on top of the hill. It's about the highest point in Pratt County, and you could feel it out there.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, golf. Yeah, you're right. That's a whole nother one that makes your slice worse than it already is.
It emphasizes everything.
Oh. Hope back up to the plate here for Larned. Hope 1 for 2 right now. Meese still on the mound working for Greenbacks. Going to be appeal to first. He did not go on that one, so that's going to even it up 1-1.
Jaden throwing a pretty good game today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if, take away a couple of the errors there in the third inning and, he's only given up 1 run at that point. And that's going to be fouled away and even us up at 2-2 here. Hope, the shortstop, doing a good job fielding this position today. Has a lot of range.
Yes.
And that can be fouled off on the full count here. So Meese hits 76 pitches for the day. Always good, too, for your week when you have, back-to-back games on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 4 games, and you can, if Jaden can get us through this inning and we can end it here, that's always a positive.
Not having to put any more
Not
pitches
having to-
on anybody else.
Yep.
Not very often you see a Tuesday, Thursday
Yeah.
lineup. I think with Good Friday, there's no school
Yep.
Friday or Monday, so they've got that 4-day weekend. Normally you'd see those games being played on Tuesdays and Fridays.
Yeah, and even Halstead, I think I looked, we played them last Tuesday, a week ago today, and they don't play again until this Friday.
Really?
So
That's
they-
a long break.
Yeah. Good lead by Hope at first. And that pitch is up to Morgan for ball 1.
See how much Meese worries about the runner on first there. Threw over earlier.
That one in for a strike, and Tifa Tiller bounces it down for the back pick. And Hope is back in. Good backing up. The little things that people don't notice, Dawson Everett on that back pick, hustling over to back up in case it got through. Ball inside and low is going to make it 2-1. Nobody out. Morgan, the 4-hole hitter, so right in the meat of the lineup for Larned.
If they're going to put any runs on the board, this is going to be the inning to do it, and they've got to do it this inning.
And Meese throws back, but Hope read that one and back standing up. And Hope goes. Tifa Tiller with the throw down, and Hope's going to be in there safe.
Good throw from Tifa Tiller.
Going to be a ball, so that's going to be 3-1 the count here with a runner at second. And strike 2 on the swing there. It's always interested me in, so Hope out at second base obviously has a hand glove on, and Morgan's got one in his back pocket there, but I've always been interested in, so I've seen those things, and that what they are, that's just like an oven mitt, but it's hard.
Keeps your fingers
It
from
keeps your fingers from, which we...
when you slide into
yeah,
the base.
Yeah, which we've seen kids slide in and jam a finger or break a finger, and so I think they're beneficial from that standpoint, but the thing that I've always been confused about is like Hope has his on his fielding hand, but not on his throwing hand. And I've always felt like, I could still field with a broken finger,
Yeah,
but I
definitely
may
can't
not
throw with one.
I may not be able to throw
Yeah.
with it. So I've always been amazed at why they put them on those hands.
22, the
unless that's the hand that they only slide with every time.
Right, and that'd be the inside hand if you're
Yeah.
always sliding to the outside of the bag.
Yeah.
That's your inside hand.
But if you're first base leading off, you're diving back in with your right hand, or should be diving back in with it. So,
Well, and I didn't notice. Did he switch it? Did he switch it from when he moved from
No.
first? No, he's kept it on the
Yep.
same hand.
Yep. So Morgan draws the walk right there. That's going to elicit a visit from Coach Hill here, out there talking to his junior Meese. So nobody out here in the top of the fifth. 14-3, Greenbacks with the lead. Runners at first and second, so looking to get a ground ball here, maybe turn a double play. And that's going to be up a little bit for ball one.
What are you telling Jaden Meese if you're Ron Hill there coming out
I like
of the
this
mound?
guy right
I
here.
know, he's speaking love language, bringing the Snickers here.
I think you're just telling him to calm down, throw strikes, trust your defense. You can't defend walks. That's the thing coaches consistently, baseball and softball, say all the time. I mean, you can't. Nobody on your team can help you if you walk a guy, so we can't defend
put it
that.
in play.
Yeah, let them hit it, man. If they end up hitting it, you as a coach can deal a lot more with them hitting the ball and actually getting hits versus free passes and things like that, errors and walks. So, trust your defense. You're up 11 runs. Just give them something to hit, let them put it in play, and put your defense to work a little bit.
Hadn't been a lot of balls in play for Larned this game, really.
No,
As I say that,
Wilson back on that one, makes the play. Runner going to third. The throw over, no good. Not in time. So Hope tags up and gets to third. That's one of those, great catch, but tough to make that throw. Wilson's grabbing his arm.
Number 25, Sanders.
and you don't
And
like to
he's-
see that. He's had shoulder trouble, I believe, in the past.
He's had elbow trouble.
Elbow trouble.
Yeah. So Wilson grabbing his arm there and had that throw, and then the one earlier that I know he unleashed on when it got out there. So, and you're throwing it against the wind. So this is one of those times where you're trying to analyze, this guy at first. How quick is he?
Do you make the throw
Because
down?
if you trust that you can make the throw and get him out, you'll sacrifice the run coming in because you're still up 10 and that gets you 2 outs. But a lot of times, too, it's about the confidence of can you get that guy out. So that's a gapper to right center. Wilson chases it down. That's going to bring Hope in. And it looks like the second run's going to be held up at third. So runners at second and third on the single by Smith. Excuse me, the double by Smith. So
Now batting.
one run in makes it a 10-run lead. And runners at second and third. 1 out. Connor at the plate. And that's going to be a strike. And foul to the right side is going to make it 0-2 here. Be good if we could get a K on this one right here.
Yeah, won't get you out of the inning, but getting to 2 outs here, retire a batter.
10 or 10 after.
Trying to make a game.
And looks like we're going to get a change. So Sanders coming out. And number 10, Mason Miller, a freshman, coming in to run for Larned. And that's going to be strike 3 right there. Tiller throws that one down, hits the runner, and Bolin able to chase it down right there. So 2 down here. Greenbacks need 1 to end the game.
Good job by Barrett Bolin there to keep that ball
Yeah.
in front of him, not let that run score on a pass ball down there.
Batting number 13.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, you like the aggressiveness of, trying to be aware and back pick those kids if you can. But at the same time, you think, okay, hey.
Risk versus reward.
Yeah, we got 2 outs, and if that gets past him and that run scores, we're automatically going into the next inning, and we've taken away that chance. But and that's going to be 0-2 right here. So Meese with a good start right here in this at bat.
Yeah, settling down a little bit now and just focusing on these batters.
I bet he reaches this one.
And that's going to do it right there as Meese throws back-to-back Ks right there, which I believe gives him at least 7 on the day. I think I might have missed 1 or 2, but back-to-back Ks by Meese is going to do it. And the Greenbacks are going to pick up the win in the first game, 14-4, on the back of Jaden Meese on the mound as he gives up 4 runs. A couple of those, obviously, we talked about were from errors. But overall, I think a good first game for the Greenbacks today to pick up that win. So
it was. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We will see what time our break is, how long that break is going to last. And we will be back here for game 2. And what do you think? Probably 20, 30 minutes. Could have a different cast. We may recruit some others, or Chad may stay on. We'll see. But glad everybody tuned in. Watching Greenback Baseball. We'll see you in about half an hour. go. Can you hear me?
Yeah. That is loud.
Boom, there we go. Let me get that off of there. All right, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
You guys can hear me?
It's
Hear
loud.
each other?
It's
Not
loud.
too loud?
Maybe a little.
Turn you down there. That better?
Say something.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, that's a lot
That
better.
better?
Yeah.
Okay, joined here with Grant McAtee, Tate Myers, and Landon Sparks, some of our golfers this year for the Greenback golf team. Let's start off with how things are going so far. You guys were at Nickerson, was that yesterday?
Yeah.
How did we do at Nickerson? What course is that you play at Nickerson?
Crazy Horse.
Crazy Horse, and that's the old Highlands, right? In
Yep.
Hutch.
Yeah.
If anybody's played that, that is a tough course.
Fairways are skinny and bunkers are plentiful.
Yeah. So how did we end up doing there? You coming in for the interview, Miss Myers?
I am.
Perfect.
Oh, you
Hop
got
in
the
here.
best golfers in here?
Oh yeah, we got to interview the golfers here. So Grant, you ended up taking 8th place, is that right?
Yep.
Tate, how'd you do?
15th.
15th. Landon, placed or no place at that one?
It was like 39th or something out of
Okay.
54.
And how many golfers do you take on the varsity squad?
6.
6. And what team? Did the team place
No.
yesterday? No, but home meet, you guys did a little bit better at the home meet, is that right?
Yeah.
You ended up being the champion with the 79, and for anyone who wasn't there, that was what day was
Thursday.
that, Lori? Thursday or
Thursday.
Wednesday?
Cold day.
About like today, cold, a little bit of rain, 50-mile-an-hour winds, and I didn't think an 80 would win it. And Grant goes and shoots a 79 to win the thing, so pretty impressive. Tate ended up placing, what'd you place there? Ninth place there?
Yeah, ninth.
Yeah. Landon, did you place at that one?
I was at
Close.
FBLA
Oh,
State.
that's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Sam Bergner also a placer at that home meet, correct?
Yeah, you got 20th.
20th place for Sam. Who are the seniors? Sam's one of your seniors. Sam, you,
Me, Sam, and Easton.
and Easton Rector.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we at? Where's the next event?
Kingman on Tuesday.
Kingman on Tuesday. Well, hopefully we don't have to win. What are the projections?
It's supposed to be like 87, not much wind, so
That's
it should be
golf
good.
and weather.
Yep.
Hot.
Okay. Any other words of wisdom?
Good ball. Good ball.
Oh, D, we got D. We're interviewing the golfers, D.
Oh, yay.
Yes. All right, boys. Well, appreciate you coming up. We'll wrap it up as we're getting ready to start the second game here, and maybe we'll do this again in the future after this Kingman meet. See how you boys do. Good luck.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
better
All
than
right.
a 126.
Better than a 126. Those are lofty goals. Don't ever set the. Yeah.
All right, welcome back here to Greenback baseball. Start of the second game. Justice Tatro on the mound for the Greenback starts us off with a strike right there. So Tatro getting his first action on the mound this year. And that's going to be a ball in the dirt. I was just going to... Martin and Morgan. Okay, thank you. And that's going to be grounder. Creston Poor is going to get a glove on it. And that's a tough play right there. Dives over and gets a glove to keep it from going to the outfield. Unable to come up with it, so that's going to put Shaver on at first. We're going to count that one as a hit on that one. And that's going to bring up Cole Clazier. Cole Clazier, the pitcher in the last game, starting in center field today. Shaver was the catcher in this game. And that one in the dirt, blocked by Tifa Tiller. Defensively for the Mavericks, you got Tatro on the mound, Tifa Tiller behind the plate, Meese at first, Poor at second, Uni at short, Bolin at third. Looks like Everett in right, Wilson in center, and Kraft in left. Actually, we've got Wilson in left and Kraft in center. And that's a strike, bringing it to 2-1 right there.
We got a new dog, and that dog picked up so much. When I hit he picks up all that. In fact, Emery researched it the other day to make sure it was okay. It's a Bernedoodle. Puppies hiccupping are healthy. Or, that's fine.
2-1. That's going to be ball 4 right there, actually. So Cole Clazier is going to draw the walk, and that's going to bring up Hope. Hope, the
Now batting second baseman, number 50.
second baseman.
Brady Hope.
So runners at first and second here. And Hope's going to drive this one into left field. Wilson comes up with it. He throws it in. And that's going to bring around Shaver. And Larned's going to start off this second game with 1 run. Runners still at first and second.
Number 8, Caden Morgan.
Nobody out. Caden Morgan coming to the plate for Larned, the shortstop in this game.
All right, I think I'm ready to roll, Jed. Let's see. Yeah, once I get the right headset on.
There we go. I was like, you're talking, but I ain't hearing you.
Yeah. There we go.
And this a grounder to Meese at first. He's going to pick it and step on 1 for the out.
We'll advance the runners, though.
Now batting right fielder, number 22, Ty Smith.
So runners do move up. Second and third, 1 out. 1 run already across here. Tatro on the mound. Again, this is his first action on the mound this year.
Yeah, I didn't see any stats of him going through them so far this season.
No, he's got Justice has a lively arm. He's one of our harder throwers for sure. Some of it's been a control issue. I know that's what they've been working on him with him some from the summer and trying to get a little bit more control there. And great week to get him some action with the 4 games here Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah, 'cause like I said, normally this would be probably Barrett Bolin getting
Yeah.
the start in this second game on a week where you had games scheduled with normal spacing.
Yeah. And that strike's going to bring it to 2-1. Smith at the plate. Smith, the right fielder. For those just joining in, if you didn't catch the first game, the Greenbacks won the first game 14-4 by run rule in the 5th inning. This is their that brings their record to 2-3 on the year. So dropped too early to Halstead, and then split with Kingman last Friday. So we're 1-3 coming into tonight. So looking to pick up a couple wins tonight. Got the first one, and looking to get to 500 here with this one.
Yeah, it'd be nice to even up that record, get to 3-3.
Yeah. Yeah, so much with winning and losing is, it can be, I don't want to say cyclical, but, you start dropping some games and then it just becomes a mindset and difficult to get out of. So definitely ending this week with 4 wins would be really great.
Yeah, that'd be the ideal situation. Coach Thompson coming out there to the mound.
Tetro gets a sign from Tifa Tiller, comes set, and the delivery is going to be good. Foul ball to the left, so Smith got around on that one. As we say in the baseball world, it's just another strike.
Yeah, just a long strike.
2-2 the count here, 1 out, 1 run in already for Larned. Runners at second and third. And that was a nice little curveball right there. Shortstop grabs it, double play. Nice play by Max Uni. So curveball by Tetro. Line to Max Uni at short, who then doubles up the runner at third to end the inning.
I thought that ball bounced when I first saw it come off the bat.
Yeah, it had a weird look to it for sure. So Max Uni with the heads-up play, Barrett Bolin ready. So they double him up and stop Larned there in the first. So Larned picks up 1 in the first on 1 hit and 1 walk, which brings us to the bottom half of the inning for the Mavericks. So,
and bottom of the first, we're going to have Max Uni leading off for the Greenbacks, and we'll be back here. We'll take a little break and be back.
all right, bottom of the first inning here. Again, Larned's up 1-0. Got one in the top half. Max Uni leading it off for the Greenbacks here in the bottom of the first. On the mound for Larned is Morgan. That one's going to be up and in to Uni.
How do you build after that? Build on that 14-4 run rule in the first game. There's baseball so finicky that it's tough to put one kind of build wins together.
Actually, I mean, that's what you're talking about is exactly what we saw Friday night, right? We came out and just obliterated Kingman and run ruled them big and then lost the second game by 1. So much of it is, especially in high school with these doubleheaders, a lot of it is adjusting to the pitching differences. So a lot of times that pitcher you see first is completely different than the second guy. I feel like this guy's throwing a little bit slower than what our guys were used to in the first game, so they're going to have to adjust on that. But, I think as long as they keep putting the ball in play like that and aggressively running the bases.
A good hit there by Max Uni to start things off for the Greenbacks.
Now batting left field, number 14, Tay Wilson.
Wilson playing left today. He is the number 2 hold hitter. You see him rubbing his arm there. So Wilson has had previous arm injuries, and in the first game made a couple of hard throws in from the outfield and immediately started grabbing his arm. So concerned about that a little bit as he's been one of our guys that's pitched a little bit already this year and done well. Wilson to Morgan at short. He gets across to Hope for the force, but he makes it to second. So Wilson hits into the fielder's choice. And he'll be at first. Uni out going to second. So junior Jaden Meese going to come to the plate. Jaden pitched the first game, got the win in that one. Also picked up the win against Kingman the other night. So Jaden 2-1 on the year from the mound. And he's playing first base in this game. And Jaden pops that one up. And the catcher does not get to it. So looked like Shaver there. Didn't realize that it was that close until people started hollering. And so then he popped up and tried to get to it and couldn't make it happen.
I've never caught before. Have you caught? I know Creston does, but how hard is that as a catcher to, when a ball goes up in the air, what's the first thing you look at or look for?
Your mask. Your mask is, you just take your mask off and you're just looking up.
Just trying to catch movement somewhere in the sky to trigger you where to go.
Yeah, you're just looking straight up. But the key is, and actually with these masks, you don't have to throw them off as much as the older ones. These ones you can actually, they're more like hockey mask. So you have a little bit more visibility. So just looking up. And that was Shaver's issue there is he didn't even look for it initially. So I feel like their coach wasn't happy though. Seemed like he came out and said something to him about it. Pickoff attempt over to first to Wilson. He dives back in. And that one's going to be way outside. 2-1 the count here, 1 out.
I think Tay's got him thinking about him over there on first base.
Yeah. Actually, I think Tay's got the speed. When you're looking at some of the stats after the game and you look, Creston was leading in steals after the first 4 games, but we had a conversation about it as Wilson takes off and gets the steal there. I said, yeah, that's fine, but Tay doesn't get the opportunity to steal because he's got 5 doubles in the first 4 games.
Right.
So you're not still in second base if you're already standing on it.
It sounds like a No Fear T-shirt back in the 90s.
right. 3-1 count here on Meese. Wilson gets the stolen base. That one behind Jaden, so he's going to draw the walk and go to first. And that's going to bring up 4-hole hitter Justice Tatro, the starting pitcher in this game.
Now batting number 12, Justice Tatro.
Well, we thought we were going to have Austin McNorton back in the booth for this game.
I know. I asked him. I'm like, hey, you doing it? What did he say? He didn't want to do it or what?
He wasn't prepared. He's a professional, I think. So he said, I like to have my, my scorebook and do all that. So I'll do the next one with you. He didn't want to just hop in here and wing it, which is normally what I do. So I think he wanted to, since he gets paid to do this type of thing, I think he wanted to make it look a little more professional.
And that one dropped into right by Tatro. Initially, the runners held to make sure that it was going to drop, and so got a late start, but Wilson with his speed was able to get around and score on that one, tied up at 1. So Tatro drives in a run, helping himself out on that one. He'll be at first. Meese is still at second, and Barrett Bolin up with 1 out still here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, always nice to score some runs when you're the one on the mound trying to keep the other team from doing it.
Yeah, I'm more of a wing it guy. Like,
Yeah, you know.
I like being prepared, but
Yeah, I do too, and I prepare, but not near to the level of Austin.
you can tell a difference when they're prepared and they got all this stuff. And Bolin's going to get ball 1 right there.
Tatro getting himself a lead over there on second base.
And that's a chopper right there. Third baseman's going to boot it right there. So Bolin's going to reach on an air.
Now batting, second baseman, number 1, Preston.
That's going to bring up freshman Creston Poor. Poor starting second base. So bases loaded, 1 out. All you need is something in the gap here, drive a couple in, or even something on the ground that just to second or there we go.
There it is,
That'll
as you
work.
say it.
So Poor drives 1 to left. That's going to bring in Meese. That's going to move everybody up 1 base. So Poor with the base hit to left. Puts the Greenbacks up.
Now batting, right fielder, number 2, Dawson Everett.
2-1 here with 1 out still and bases loaded in the bottom of the first inning.
I like the being aggressive on the first pitch, too. A lot of times that's when a pitcher, the pitcher doesn't want to start the count down.
Yeah.
They want to start that count 0-1. So a lot of times that first pitch is going to be the best one you see at the at-bat.
Yeah, especially
Some
when
coaches have different philosophies on that, though.
Yeah. Well, and especially when you've got the bases loaded and you're the pitcher, you're trying to get on top, and that's one of the things we used to always communicate to a lot of these guys is, you got to watch the pitcher from the start of the game. And if you notice that pitcher, throwing first pitch strike every time, then that's something you need to key in on, that, hey, he's hitting that most of the time. We need to be ready to hit that one. There's so much to baseball that, you get frustrated at some of the guys because they don't pay attention to all of it, but just those kind of things, like what is the pitcher doing? Is he throwing a first strike right? Hey, this guy just threw 6 balls. Am I going to go in and swing at the first pitch? I might not, because now he's thrown a lot of balls. Let's see if we can get some more balls thrown. We talk about it a lot with kids on second base with the pitcher. How many times is he looking back at you?
Right. Is he getting that? You see that rhythm.
Yep.
He looks back twice, then a second later he starts that foot to the mound.
Yeah, exactly. And if
you can time that,
you can steal a bag easy with some of your quick guys if they can get that read off of those guys. So, and then conversely, that's the thing you're trying to teach your pitchers, right? Like, hey, you got to change your looks. You can't, you got to mix things up. And that one fouled off by Everett. Full count. Bases loaded here. Bottom of the first, 2-1. Greenbacks up. Dawson Everett at the plate. Again, Dawson, one of 2 seniors on the team this year. So lost 11 seniors last year, have 2 this year. Pretty young team for Pratt.
Yeah, especially when you compare it to last year's team with that many seniors. They were back-to-back CKL champions.
Yeah. Oh, what
are they going to say? Swung on that? Or?
Yep, they're going to call it a foul. That's the turning the wrong way. You got to turn your back on that one. Let it hit you in the back. Morgan comes set with the bases loaded. There's the pitch. Going to be ball 4, And that's going to bring another run in for Pratt as Koger comes across. Koger, the courtesy runner for Tatro. So bases will stay loaded for the catcher, Chaz Tifatiller.
Now batting the catcher, number 9, Chaz Tifatiller.
Tifatiller, a sophomore. And that one's going to be fouled. Great play by Coach Hill over there in the third base coach's box.
Yep, the old one hopper. I tell you, every baseball coach has the same beautiful one hop bare hand back to the pitcher when they're in that third base box.
The difference is figuring out which ones go home and put ice on their back.
Oh.
And that's going to hit Tifatiller in the helmet, so that's going to bring one more across. So Greenback's going to go up 4-1 here. 9-hole batter coming up, 1 out. Courtesy runners coming in for Tifatiller. Andy Orozco, courtesy running for Tifatiller. And sophomore Kyler Kraft coming to the plate. Kyler, some good contact in the first game. And Kraft's going to be hit. So that's three straight walks, a walk and 2 hits batsman for Morgan. And that's going to push another run across and make it 5-1 here in the bottom of the first. And we're going to be back at the top of the lineup with Max Uni.
That's going to bring out a visit from head coach Chad Irway to kind of settle this pitcher down.
Greenbacks won the first game 14-4 in 5 innings. Softball won their first game 15-0 in 4 innings. So that put them at 4-1 on the year.
How are they? Have we got an update on the second game? Jake, have you been over there at all? See how they're doing over there? All right, we'll see if we can get an update on that softball score.
I didn't even know that the handsome Jake was behind us. No. Swing and a miss by Uni there.
And if you're out there watching this, you can hear that wind every time that door's open here. That's just how windy it is. You can hear it come through on the mics. And oh, man, it's brutal out there.
And that one's going to be a called strike on the outside there. So 0-2 to Uni. Uni with a hit in his first at bat. This is going to be a chopper to the third baseman. He's going to come across field it, and he's going to get Uni at first. But Everett's going to score, making it 6-1. So Uni hits into the fielder's choice and brings Everett in.
Max has accounted for both outs. That's a stat.
What is?
Max, that he's accounted for both outs in this inning.
I know, right? Yeah.
In this inning, he's accounted for both outs in this inning?
Yeah.
Well, you can look at that one of 2 ways. Either we're doing real well, he's got a hit twice in 1 inning, or like, darn it, Max, you just accounted for the 2 outs we have.
Well, the first one is he got that forced at second, so we blame Tay for that. But yeah, there's been games where you'll watch and you'll see the one guy makes strikes out twice, and yeah, that's crazy.
That's one that the teammates, when you get back to the dugout, they're always ribbing you about that.
Yeah. That one over to Morgan is short, and he fires across and gets Wilson. So after 1, Greenback's going to be up 6-1. 6-1. We're going to be back here in the top of the second. You're listening to Eastus Media.
Greenback Sports.
Greenback Sports.
Great segue, Chad.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media. Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
All right, back for the top of the second inning. Greenbacks up 6-1. Tatro on the mound. And at the plate for Larned is Sanders, the first baseman. That one going to be in the dirt for ball one.
Appreciate it, Jeff and Erica Malone. Nice compliment there on Facebook. Anybody out there still tuning in? We definitely appreciate it. We need the background noise. Game's just not the same unless you get the little crowd noise brought in there.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting about that.
2-0 the count right here to Sanders. Mavericks able to pick up a lot in the bottom half of that inning, so looking to get their second win today. All right, Greenback. See, I was doing good for so long.
See if I got a bleep button on here.
I know.
Let's see. Here we go. Next time I hear Mavericks from you, there we go. That's what we're getting out of you.
It'll get better, I promise.
I might fire you.
By the time Creston's a senior, I'll have it down.
Okay.
3-1 the count here to the leadoff batter in the bottom or in the top of the second inning here. That's going to be a big chopper here. Let's see how this is played. Poor comes and grabs it, fires to first, and makes the play. So
nice
that's going to be out number one.
That was a high hopper there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could see it on the camera there or not, but not a lot of time to make that play for Creston Poor.
I was afraid it was going to bounce over his head. Like that bounce.
Well, that's the thing with this turf. That's another, we talked about the adjustments,
yeah,
in the first game that people have to make when they play on turf for the first time. You don't realize how high these balls bounce.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you've ever watched T-ball or those ages play, every single ball bounces over the little first baseman's head.
Time.
Every single time.
Well, the other thing that's really crazy about T-ball and all those things is as Connor's at the plate here for Larned and Tatro starts off with a strike, the other thing that's we always found interesting about T-ball is they use a ball that has a little bit more bounce to it because they don't want it to hurt the kids, but then it's a bouncier ball.
Yeah.
So nice curveball by Tatro right there. Brings the count to 1-2.
Jake, what did you say that score was over there at the softball? I think we were on break when 7-1, top of the fifth. Greenback's in the lead. All right.
So softball up 7-1. Boland's going to come across and get this one. Fire it to first. Meese picks it up, and that's going to be out number 2.
Nice scoop there by Meese on first. I didn't know he was our first baseman when he wasn't pitching.
So he hasn't. He hasn't been. It's been. Justice has stayed there pretty much the first 4 games because he hadn't pitched.
Justice doesn't normally pitch.
Yeah. So
that position
Jaden
doesn't get rotated.
No, and Jaden's actually went to right field. He's been in the outfield previously some. So. Connor at the plate for Larned. Great pitch by Tatro there. Evens it up 1-1. But this is big for Pratt if, Tatro can get comfortable being on the mound and throwing strikes.
He doesn't pitch a whole lot or hasn't yet. He's throwing the ball really well. Not getting behind in counts, hitting the strike zone.
Yeah.
There, just right there. Got a good breaking ball. Is an off-speed pitch.
Yeah.
That's the thing. High school pitching depth is the key to almost the playoffs. Once you get where those games are condensed a little bit more and the pitch count really comes into effect.
Yeah, that's huge, and it really does. Just high school pitching overall. You get one guy that can throw 90, and you got a pretty good chance of winning that game.
Yeah. The hardest thing is which game do you throw him. That's what every team runs into, come that first round of playoffs is do you throw your ace the first round or do you think you're going to win it and save your ace?
Yeah, and it's so, it's so sporadic because you go from, and it's just high school sports in general, and you see it. You've got some teams that are just great, and then you've got other teams that are just honestly not good. And you see that same thing as we get a drive to center field, and that's going to drop in front of Kraft and be a single for Connor there. But you see it with even on the mound, right? And that's one of the challenges in high school baseball is you may face guys that are throwing 65 to 70 miles an hour one game, and the next game you got a guy throwing 85 to 90, and so it's a difficult adjustment for a lot of these guys.
There's nothing scarier than being in high school and seeing a kid that's thrown in the 90s.
Yeah.
I remember when we were in high school, we played Wellington. Was it Wellington or Concordia? Nate Cornejo.
Oh, Cornejos, yeah. I played
was he
against
Wellington?
Cornejos. Yeah, he was Wellington.
Oh, my goodness, that man could throw the ball. That's the reason he went to the pros.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Those guys were good.
Again, Justice starting ahead in the count.
So Morgan up to the plate. Martin, the guy at first. Tatro on the mound with his battery mate, Chaz Tiefetiller. The other day we were working on a deal and I was telling Audrey, yeah, Chaz, I said, Tiefetiller's next. And she said, I don't know how to spell that. I said, T-F-Tiller.
Some
Just
of them
like
aren't
it
that
sounds.
easy. Some of them aren't that easy.
You got it streaming on Facebook or YouTube?
YouTube.
Or YouTube?
Yeah, if you go to Eastus Media on YouTube, probably should have given a shout out. I assume if you're watching it, you're already there. So
Right?
Hey, and while you're there, if you're there, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. That way you get notified each time we go live. Hope to do some more of these baseball games or hop over and do the softball game maybe next week. I've got too much set up to go back and forth in between games.
And that's going to even the count up at 2-2 with that one right there. So 2-2 the count. Runner at first. Greenback's up 6-1. Equally important, not that the game's over yet or not, but for those interested, the Wichita Lady Shocker softball team is up 3-0 right now.
How are they doing on the season?
They're doing good on the season. They're winning the conference, and they're playing Oklahoma State right now, who's number 2 in the country. And so they're up 3-0 in the bottom of the second. So, and that's going to do it here in the top of the second as Tatro strikes out Morgan. So 0 runs for Larned in that one, leaves it 6-1 Greenbacks. We'll be back with you here for the bottom of the second inning. Back here for the bottom of the second with Jaden Meese leading off for the Greenback. So Larned sticks with Morgan on the mound. Meese walked in his last at bat. Larned co-oping this year with lacrosse, so we'll talk about that a little bit in the first game. So,
yeah, I wonder if it's just for baseball, I'm assuming. I didn't hear that mentioned for basketball or football or any of the other sports. It must be a specific.
Yeah, I think it's just baseball. As Meese grounds out to the pitcher there.
Are they going to say that ball was a foul ball? The officials, umpires.
Is the other one coming in to say it was off his foot? Or
I'm not sure what they're going to rule here.
Nope.
They're going to signal out.
Wonder if Coach Ricky was asking him.
Now batting pitcher, number 12, Justice Tatro.
That brings up Tatro. Tatro with a base hit his last at bat. And that's going to be a strike.
What'd you say he did at the plate last time at bat?
He got that hit to right center.
Yep. See if he can help himself out again here.
Yep. Base hit, got the first run. That one to right's going to be foul. Morgan from the windup, nobody on, one out. Delivers a pitch and foul ball.
Justice fighting off that 0-2 count.
That one's going to be out. Ball one.
If you're a pitcher there, you don't want to give him anything good to look at. You've got an 0-2 count.
Yeah.
You've got a few pitches you can play with here.
Yeah, nothing I think frustrates coaches more than being 0-2 on a guy and giving him something.
Throwing one right down the middle there.
Yeah. But if you watch, one good thing is that's a ball in the dirt. Our greenback hitters are really good, a lot of them, about it's deceiving when you have a turf field and the lines, the batter's box lines stay there the entire time, and so it can be deceiving. But you'll notice our guys are doing really good at being up to the plate and not staying too far off of it.
I noticed that in the JV game last night. We get a lot of hit batters because they creep so far up there. And I never thought about that on a turf field, those lines never disappear. Or a normal dirt field, halfway through the game, those are scuffed up so much you don't know where the front of the batter's box is and where it starts or where it ends.
Tatro swings at an inside one and misses, so that's going to bring up Bolin. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Nice curveball in.
Yeah, I think Barrett thought he might catch that on the elbow or the shoulder there, the way he reacted to that.
Yeah, I do too. Up and in for ball one. Getting Greenbacks in action again on Thursday at Hoisington. So game time, first game will start at 4 o'clock.
Well, that looked like a good pitch there.
1-2 the count. And And Barrett goes after that outside pitch. That's going to be a strike there. So Morgan strikes out the last two of the batters for Pratt in that inning. So 0 runs for Pratt. It stays 6-1. We'll be back here for the top of the third.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media. Listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
Boom. Greenback Sports here on Eastus Media. So having a good time with Cody bringing you these games. And
appreciate the help. This would be way too much for me to do by myself. I was going to do that, and at the last minute, I threw out some feelers. Hey, you want to help me out?
Yeah.
I'm glad you said yes.
It's definitely better than anything we've been trying on the road, that's for sure.
Well, as you can, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
You sitting back here, you can tell how many buttons and switches we got going.
Yeah, it's so much different, having the actual board and the headset, and I love the different, having the camera that can move around. And so Kyler Kraft, a sophomore, in to pitch for Pratt, starting here in the third. So Kyler pitched a couple of times this year so far already in varsity games, and so he's on to pitch now as we're back at the top of the lineup for Larned as Shaver's up.
How much varsity action has Kyler Kraft seen on the mound this year? Do you know?
He's pitched in both. I believe he's pitched in both doubleheaders. So he pitched during the second game of the Kingman game, and then I think he got some time in the Halstead doubleheader as well. So
Justice Tatro came out with, what did we say, 37 pitches? 37 pitches. Is there a thinking behind that to not let him get, what was that number that you said, once he gets to 45,
40,
46?
If he got over 45, then he would be done for the week. Well, he wouldn't be able to play Thursday. So, I don't know. I mean, as well as he pitched those first two innings.
Yeah, I thought he was throwing the ball really well.
Yeah, I mean, we can get up 6-1, and you can save him and have him there for Hoisington, who I think is probably going to be a little tougher than Larned. So that one's going to be a fly out to the shortstop there. I'll tell you what, man, deceiving today. One, bats are deceiving anyway, the sound of them.
There's a lot of balls that come off that sound like they're good, clean hits.
Yeah.
I still think that's what fooled Tay on that one, that he had that kind of base running blunder.
Yeah.
I think he thought that was going all the way to the right fielder.
Well, I
think
think
it sounded like it was hit well enough to get there.
Yeah, and I think, too, we had some, I think there were some people in the stands that initially when it was hit started yelling back.
Yeah.
And, that gets them confused right there. So Goldclaser at the bat, hits this one to right field. That's going to be in fair, just in. Meese in the corner picking it up. Goldclaser round in second, headed for third. Relay comes in. Poor throws it to third, and Cole Clazier is going to be there with a triple.
That gets the Larned fans
Now batting
fired
second
up.
baseman number 15, Brady Hope.
Yeah, good hit, good piece of hitting by Cole Clazier there. Went straight down the line, and that brings up Hope, and that one's going to be in. So 6-1 your score here, top of the third, one out. Kyler Kraft on the mound. The defense looks the same as it has the rest of the game, except that Tatro went back over to first, and Meese went out to right. And it looks like, I lied, the defense looks quite a bit different because Tatro went to first.
You sounded like you knew what you were talking about, so we all believed you.
Well,
Watching.
I looked, and yeah, four people stayed the same. But, yeah, so Tatro went to first, and Meese went out to right. Tay Wilson moved to center with Kraft coming into pitch, and Dawson Everett went to left. 1-2 the count here on Hope. And that one's going to be a fly ball to center. Wilson gets it. And the throw's not going to be in time. And we're going to appeal.
See what Coach Hill likes to do here. He's having a conversation with the...
Yeah, they're appealing. The Pratt thinks the runner left early, and so they appealed it back to third. And the home plate umpire said no, he left on time and called him safe. So I think they were just having a discussion about that. So Larned gets one run across right there as Hope flies out. Bringing up Morgan. Morgan out 0 for 1 in this game right here. So Wilson again, that throw.
You could see him after that throw. Those throws were really hurting his arm.
Yeah, and that one didn't even, I don't think he threw that one as hard as he had the other one. So he's getting a lot of action in the outfield that's forcing him to get it in, but you can tell he's hurting on the arm. 1-2 the count here to Morgan. 6-2 as Larned pushed one to cross on that sac fly.
Ooh, good attempt at the outside edge there.
And that's going to be fouled off. Makes you feel like you're at an actual game when you can hear the crying in the background.
Say it just sounds like home.
Right. And Morgan's going to get a base hit into right field. Meese comes up with it, gets it back in, limits him to a single there. So Morgan at first with Smith coming up. Smith playing right field today for Larned. Kraft, the lefty, will be able to keep him close. And first pitch is high for ball one.
See how much Kraft focuses on the runner there.
Going to be a grounder to Uni at second. He's going to field it, go to first, and in time. That's going to be the third out here in the top of the third inning. So Larned picks up one, making it 6-2. So we'll be back here for the bottom half. All right, back here for the bottom half of the third inning. So 6-2 your score. Morgan still on the mound for Larned, and freshman Creston Poor at the plate for Pratt. Poor got a single and an RBI in his last at bat. And that's going to be on the inside corner for strike one. Can really tell the wind blowing there with the shirt in the breeze.
Yeah, have you seen any of the flags out there or anything
yeah.
around here that's hanging in the air? It's hanging sideways.
Poor gets a hold of that one high to left field. Wind really taking a number on it, and the left fielder able to make the play on that one right there. One out here in the bottom of the third.
Number 2, Dawson Everett.
This is one of those games where you don't want to get it in the air. Ground balls and line drives and
Somewhere in the field.
Yeah, he's in the field.
Dawson Everett at the plate.
I don't know. You put one high enough up there in the air, and I'd worry about it.
If you get it towards right, I think, where the wind can carry it a ways, but that's when you want some power lefties on a day like today. Ball 2 out right there. Heard some people thinking that should be a strike, but you could tell clearly it was on the white line up here.
Usually the fans are always right.
Yeah. That one behind Everett, that's going to make it 3-0. I can tell you that, one of the twins, Connor, baseball was his favorite sport growing up. That's his worst favorite sport to officiate.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You hear that a lot.
Hates
You see that a lot online.
Hates
yeah.
it.
Anybody out there that, especially the youth kids out there that do the officiating, man, props to you.
Yeah.
The game needs you.
Yeah.
But, boy, it's not easy.
Everett picks up his second walk of the game, bringing up Chaz Tiefetiller.
Chaz Tiefetiller.
Everett with a good lead at first. Tiefetiller rifles one past the third baseman into left field. That's going to be a single. Everett's going to try and stretch it, and he's going to be thrown out at third. Trying to get from first to third on the single to left field. So
I like the aggressiveness. Those are usually 50-50 plays.
yeah, I think you got to, honestly, it's one of those that the left fielder's, he's in significantly on that play
because of the
not just the wind, but because where the ball was hit. I mean, he was already so close to the infield that there was no, that's one that you got to be able to recognize that, and the aggressiveness is good, but you're up 6-2, and hey, let's just take it easy right here and have guys at first and second with one out, and go from there. So you love aggressiveness, but there's times where you got to have your guys got to tame down their aggressiveness a little bit. Like, be aggressive, but be smart. Kyler Kraft at the plate. Kyler hit by pitch in his last at bat. And that's going to be foul. Andy Orozco in to run for Tiefetiller, so Andy at first.
He's had a good JV season, too. Watched him play last night at that JV game, and he plays well.
He had one that was it last night's, or was it when he made that sliding last week? Last week he had one that was in the hole, and he went to get it, slid over, backhanded on his hip, came up, fired it across to first. You don't see that a lot.
No, those are some of the prettier plays in sports. When they show highlights on ESPN,
yeah,
a double play, there's nothing prettier than a double play in baseball.
Kraft gets that one up in the air to right, and it looks like a struggle. Second baseman running out there. Right fielder struggled finding it a little bit, and so this is, that's the example of the aggressiveness and taming the aggressiveness, because now you got to
would have got you run. Yeah, would have got you a run there had you not got that out on third base.
But that's part of learning.
Shortstop number 24, Max Uni.
That's part of the learning process, and I know they'll have that conversation with Dawson, but runners at second and third here on Kraft's double. Max Uni at the plate. Max the leadoff hitter, so. Morgan in the stretch. And the pitch is in the dirt. That should get a run across right there as Orozco comes in on that pass ball, and Kraft moves up to third. Morgan hit his 55th pitch right there.
Like you mentioned earlier, two completely different pitching styles.
Yeah.
You know what the Greenbacks are facing this game versus last game.
Yeah.
Adjusting well to it, though.
Oh, he just hit it off the bat. There should be 2 strikes. He just fouled it.
Yeah, making some contact, just getting a couple things up, and days like today are hard.
Yeah.
And that's going to be up and out, so 2's across the board here in the bottom of the third, 7-2. Pratt.
3 and 1.
Yep, he does have 3 and 1.
Okay, sorry. I gotta reset.
Nope. So 3 and 1 count. And that's going to be ball 4 right there on Uni. So he's going to go to first. Kraft still at third. And that's going to bring up Tay Wilson. Tay had a fielder's choice in his first at bat and out in his second at bat. So 0 for 2 in this game.
I wonder how bad that shoulder or that elbow is bothering him. You know, we see it in the field. You got to think it's bothering him at the plate, too.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of wondering that on even his last. He's hit both right back up the middle to the shortstop, about right where the umpire is standing. So Uni takes off, and he's going to get the stolen base. I really feel like the umpire missed one on that last one. I feel like Max, I know he fouled one off, and then he had a called strike. Yeah.
There's a good
Tay
poke.
gets that one, knocks it to the second baseman, digging it out, and he's going to be out at first. So that's going to end it here in the bottom of the third. 7-2 your score as Greenbacks put one more on.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media. Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
All right, back for the top of the fourth here. 7-2 your score. Kyler Kraft on the mound and Sanders at the plate.
Kyler coming off a good inning that last inning.
Yeah.
See if he can keep that going this inning.
Yeah, he's got some. He's not super overpowering. He's got a good fastball, but he hits some spots well, and he's got some good off speed.
It's amazing the different types of pitchers that are effective. You know, how many just different variations. It's not just, you know, the flamethrowers that can have success. You can have all different types of them.
And that base hit to left field there by Sanders. It's going to bring up Connor. Connor, the third baseman for Larned. Yeah, they,
Third baseman, number 14.
you know, I always like to talk about Greg Maddox.
Yeah,
I mean,
or
that guy.
Glavine, yeah.
I mean, Greg Maddox didn't hardly throw over 90 much at all. He just hit his spots and. And that's going to be pass ball right there is going to get under the screen. And so I think by rule he actually gets the one he was going to plus one more.
Well, I don't know. That must be what the Larned coach is going to come out and ask about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the question. Was he stealing before that ball went under, or did he see it go under and then start to go?
Yeah, he was going on the pass ball and not, yeah. So runner at second here, nobody out, and Connor at the plate for Larned. Kraft with the pitch. That's going to get past Bolin. Down the left field line is going to be fair. Everett coming up. One run's coming in, trying to score. Deverett with the throw. Oh! I think the throw was on line and would have beat him, but it bounced and hit the runner before he got to the plate. I think there was a spot where it bounced up and hit the runner.
Who was that out there in left field to make that
And
throw?
Dawson Everett. Dawson
the
Everett
throw
on
was
the
there.
throw. So Connor with the double drives in a run,
Right fielder, number 13.
making it 7-3 here in the top of the fourth. So Connor will be at second, and Martin comes up. Martin, the left fielder. That one's going to be in for ball one. Called strike's going to even up 1-1. And that's going to be fouled. 1-2 your count. Connor at second, 7-3 the score.
Greenback's looking to get their first out of the inning here.
Man, yeah, that was I think that throw was, and you know, that's the other thing about turf. The nice thing about turf is at times is if especially with outfielders, if they learn to use it, it can be a huge benefit in throwing the ball from the outfield. You know, you can learn to get that skip off the turf.
And you see that a lot at the professional level,
Yeah.
and the college level. I mean, most of the good throws you see are low and get that one hop right into the catcher rather than that arcing.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's got the mentality you want to get it there without a bounce.
Yeah. One and two your count here. Kraft set. delivers, and that's going to be strike 3 right there. So out number 1 is going to come on a strike to Martin. Kraft going to pick up his
Now batting pitcher
second
number
K of the
6,
game, I believe.
Reese Morgan.
I think that's his first one.
First one. Oh, Kraft picks up his first K of the game. The other one was Tatros. I forgot we switched pitchers there. That's what happens when you get old. You forget stuff.
That's what the book's for.
Going to be another pitching change here. So Kraft is coming out, and it looks like Dawson Everett is going to come in, and Kraft will retake his spot back in center
Pitcher is 30.
and move Wilson back over to left. So both those guys still available for Thursday. So we're going to take a break here real quick while Dawson Everett's getting ready.
You by Eastus Media.
Back here, back to action. Dawson Everett with a strike for his first pitch. So Dawson Everett, the pitcher now, and up to plate is Morgan. Morgan struck out his last at bat, so 1 out. Runner at second.
Softball. Wow, we got an update from David Swank here. Softball, another victory, 12-2.
Nice.
So that moves them to
5-1
on the season. So Lady Greenbacks looking good on the diamond. I'm hoping to get Gabby Gatlin and JC Tice up here for a post-game interview. We'll see if my daughter passed that along to him today at school or not. She did not? Oh.
Ground ball to Max Uni. He's going to go to third on that one. He gets the throw there, and Barrett Bolin holds on to it. The field ump is looking at the home umpire. He is unsure of the call, and he's going to make the out call, which is the correct call.
But anytime it's made late like that, though, you
Yeah.
can guarantee a visit from the dugout, and here it comes.
Yeah. I don't know what they're arguing about. Because he was obviously out. I mean, you could tell that from up here. So I think the issue was
interference on the whether he
No.
interfered with his path to the base.
no, because once you have the ball, you can do that. So the fact that Max threw it and Barrett caught it and landed right in front of him,
The throw took him into
yep,
it.
Yep, you can do that there. I think the coach's issue is that the field ump's got to just make a call right there. Like you can't look around and you just
Right.
got to make a call and go
And
with
be
it.
confident with it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, like as an umpire.
Yeah.
Although I do understand the time to kind of replay that snapshot in your head and be like, okay,
Yeah.
what did I see? I want to get it
Yeah.
right. Okay, out.
Yeah. I think that was the issue is he was looking to the home plate umpire, and that's why the coach is upset on that. But, yeah, he was clearly out on that. So 2 outs here on the fielder's choice. Brings up Shaver back to the plate. Shaver, the leadoff hitter.
I think it was a ball. I think it was a ball.
outside corner.
He has been calling it outside all day, though.
And that one in the dirt is going to make it 1-2 here. So 7-3 your score. Larned has picked up a run here in the fourth. Greenbacks.
This may be the longest half inning we've had, too, to this point.
Yeah. And that one's going to be a ball.
He wanted to get that elbow in there.
He was hoping it would get him. That's one of those not controversial calls, but that's one that'll get a coach upset too. Is when
if they think they've leaned into it.
When an umpire's like, "Nah, you're not getting that. You're coming back."
Is that usually a judgment call too on the umpire's
100%.
part? So really, one you can't argue if he sees it and calls it one way.
Yeah, you can argue. You're just not going to win. Nice curveball by Everett right there is going to be driven foul down the left field line.
Deep foul ball.
Twos across the board. Which is a superstition in the baseball world.
Twos across the board. What's the superstition? Where's that stem from?
It's very rare, or the belief is that it's very rare when it's twos across the board that the batter is going to get a hit.
We're going to test it out right here.
He's either going to get out or he's going to get another ball. Like that.
He got the ball like that?
Yeah, he got hit. That's a ball. That doesn't count. Base hit.
I don't know if that hit. Did it hit
Base
him?
hit. He says it did.
Oh, it hit him.
Again, and like you said, here comes Coach Hill out.
So you're supposed to take your hat off and shake it on twos.
Shake off the bad juju
It's like
there.
yeah. It's like a rally deal, like shake off the badness.
Now batting center field, number 5, Cade Colglazer.
Cole Glazer up to the plate with runners at first and second. 2 outs here. Dawson Everett on the mound.
We're still in the top of the fourth, right?
That one low and outside for a ball.
Don't be tripping my breakers over there. Oh, yeah. There we go.
And that one outside for ball 2. That one's going to be in. So 3-0 the count. First and second's where your runners are at. 2 down here. Greenbacks need to get out of this inning without giving up any more. You don't want to give Larned any life here in this inning.
A good pitch there to get back in the count.
And that's a good pitch, too, right there. Full count runners will be going on this one with 2 outs, so expect to see them moving with the pitch. Everett comes set. And the pitch. Ground ball is going to be to Uni. He's going to come across and fire to first, and no. Runner's going to be safe at first. Ball's going to be dropped. I think even if it was caught, it's going to be a close play. So bases loaded here with Hope, the 3-hole hitter.
Number 15, Brady Hope.
Hope had a single and a sacrifice fly.
If you're Larned, this is the best chance you've had to get back in this ball game.
Yep.
Get the 3-hole hitter at the plate, bases loaded.
And that's going to be driven to right field, and Meese is on it, and that's going to do it here in the 4th inning. So Larned gets one on. gets one in, but Pratt able to get out of it with the bases loaded there, only giving up the 1 run. So 7-3 is your score after 3.5. We'll be back with you here in the bottom half of the 4th in just a second.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
Can you girls hear us?
Yeah.
All right. We have got JC Tice and Gaddy Gatlin in the booth here with us now, coming off of 2 wins over there. What were the scores there? Run rule the first game.
Run rule
Run
the
rule
second game.
two of them, yeah.
Second game.
12-2 and
5-1 on the season. Sum the season
Now
up.
batting,
Get a little bit.
right field, number 5, Jaden Meese.
Sum the season up to this point. How are things starting? Where do you see it going? Who's our next opponent?
Oh, we play Hoisington on Thursday.
Okay.
We've had a really solid start. We've got a good group of girls with lots of experience. Got a few freshmen getting some playing time.
Everybody's in attack mode. It's fun.
Good.
yeah. How was it the other day? So your one loss was against Kingman, right? Like those girls like hit some bombs that game.
Yeah, we knew they were going to be pretty good from previous times we played them. I know a lot of those girls personally too. So.
And they've been like some like league champs the last couple of years, right? But you guys were able to come out and get the first win. How did that feel getting that first win against them in that doubleheader?
It felt great. They're always a big rivalry, and, everyone wants to beat Kingman, so it was a great win for us.
Hey, well, our goal is we're going to live stream this game and maybe next home game, get over to you girls game. That way we can showcase how well you guys are doing. Don't have the radio this year, but we'll get things lined up, get a broadcast going over there. Excited to see what you girls are going to do this year.
Sweet.
Thanks.
What do we got to look forward to on Thursday at Hoisington?
Oh, they're always tough, but should be a good game, I think.
All right, well, we appreciate you. You got anything else?
Yeah, I'm just disappointed neither one of them told me what I wanted to hear.
Which is what?
Like, what do we got to look forward to at Hoisington? What would be your answer to that?
A win.
We're looking for a couple of wins. That's what you got to look forward to.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, well, girls, thanks for joining us. That's Gabby Gatlin and JC Tice. Thursday in action at Hoisington. Good job, girls.
All right.
All right, thanks, JC Tyson. Yeah, there we go. Thank you,
There
JC Tyson, Gabby Gatlin, joining us for a little in-game interview after they wrap up. 2 wins over there across the diamond.
Moved to 5-1 on the year.
All right.
Jaden Meese at the plate for Pratt. Full count right here. Jaden walked and is 0 for 1 with a walk today. And that one's going to be fouled back. They're definitely shy for some reason.
I know. Everybody gets up here and gets on the mic and gets all shy. You know,
Yeah.
we had the golfers in earlier in between games. We had Grant McAtee.
Oh, yeah.
Tate Myers and Landon Sparks. And, yeah, those guys are the most talkative kids in the world. You put a headset and a mic on them, and they clam up.
Meese drives that one, but it's going to be foul. Do you tell them it's kind of like Bruce Buffer for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching at home?
I think there's like 28 watching right now, so they should be assured that there's not that many.
You know what? That's 28 more that wouldn't be watching if we weren't doing it. Plus, we just ought to assume that those 28 people have at least one friend with them.
There you go. Watch party, yes.
And that's up for ball 4, so Meese is going to draw his second walk of the game. That's going to bring up Justice Tatro. Justice, the 4-hole hitter.
Batting number 12, first baseman, Justice Tatro.
Justice had a hit and drove in an RBI in the first inning, and then a strikeout in his last at-bat. So nobody out here, runner at first. Greenbacks up 7-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Man, it really does feel like that first top half went long.
Yeah, that top half was a long half of the inning. I don't have a clock on it, but it was probably close to 30 minutes.
Yeah. And pickoff attempt back, but Meese in.
Well, I haven't seen either team throw down a whole lot to first.
No.
Tonight.
Not in the second game. We did have, Chaz did quite a few times in the first game, but. And the reality is that, back picking in a lot of situations gets overplayed.
From the catcher throwing down?
Yeah. You see it so much, and when you do it 4 or 5 times in a game, people expect it. So it's got to be one of those things that, like, hey, I don't back pick that much. But when I do once every couple of games, it's when a guy's really getting off, and we're going to get him.
It's like the ghost play in football when you give it to Drake. You can't do it every game. You got to pick your chances when you do it.
Yeah.
Because when you do it, it works.
Yeah.
Now, if it was up to Drake, I'm sure he'd say, let's run that, at least once a quarter.
Every time we get on the goal line, we should run it.
Yeah, I score every time, Coach. Why aren't we running this more?
2-1 the count. Morgan still on the mound for Larned. Looks like he's up to 72 pitches. And that one's outside. Meese on the still, and he's going to be called out. So Meese caught Stillen right there. Count goes to 3-1 on Tatro. That's been one nice thing about Pratt so far this year is we've had multiple guys pitch. We haven't had a lot of games or situations where we've had a bunch of, where we've just had. I mean, obviously, Jaden in the first game was able to ride the whole game. As Tatro grounds out to the second baseman. But globally, we've had a lot. Halstead in the first doubleheader, I mean, they rode 2 guys pretty much and brought a third one in at the end of the second game just because their other 2 guys had met their pitch count.
Yeah.
You're your first games of the season, and you're already throwing them 105 pitches and – and we're seeing kind of the same thing here with Larned where, and I don't know what their schedule is, but they're basically riding.
Yeah, just saying we're going to start you and we're going to let you go.
Yep.
Haven't really seen any pitching changes, have we, from Larned?
No. No.
Both pitchers, both games.
Yeah.
First game, rode it out the whole way, and so far Larned seems content to do the same this game.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder, how many do they have other pitching and they just don't want to use it because they're down, or do they not have that much other pitching?
Yeah, again, that pitch count and those rules really make it a chess game when try to figure out how to use your pitchers.
Two and one the count to Bolin. Bolin at third tonight, normally the starter in the second game, but being held to start on Thursday against Hoisington. Man, he's calling that inside one now.
Yeah, he is. I thought that looked inside, but.
Yep. Barrett backs up off the plate a little bit. And goes after that curveball and hits a chopper. Third baseman can't get it. Shortstop holds it. So that's going to be an infield hit for Barrett Bolin.
Now
So Bolin on first with his second hit of the night in this one. And Creston Poor at the plate. And that's going to be foul. So that went up high, and we did the high swing with the butt sticking out.
I haven't heard that, on any other players. That's
Yeah.
that's one you can give your son.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you watch him sometimes, you'll see that. And you're like, why do you stick your butt out? Happens whenever he reaches, so. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth, 7-3 your score. 1-1 count on Poor, Bolin at first base. And that one's going to hit Poor.
Look at that tough son you raised, Chad. That a boy, Creston.
Yeah. Let's see if he rubs it.
Batting pitcher number 2, Dawson Everett.
Hasn't rubbed it yet.
Oh, he shook it off a little there.
First and second with 2 outs here, Everett at the plate. And that's going to be high for ball 1. Going to get a mound visit here, so we'll take a break while they're doing the mound visit, and we'll be right back with you after they're done with this one.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
All right, Morgan's still on the mound after that coach visit. So 1-0 the count to Everett. 2 outs, runners at first and second. And that one's going to be a called strike on the outside corner.
Two outs, but boy, yeah, it'd be nice the Greenbacks tack onto this lead.
Yeah.
Larned trying to do something that last inning. So they're showing signs of life.
Yeah. One and two. I thought it was 2-1.
I thought it was 2 and no. I have two strikes, 1 ball.
Oh, 1-2 is the count.
We'll see.
And runners go. Bolin's going to be safe.
Oh, Diffie
At
stayed on the
third.
bag.
Barely. I don't think the umpire could see that one. So double steal by Pratt.
See what he puts up.
Counts 2-2, I believe.
He's checking it. I still didn't see it very well.
2-2, yeah. And that's going to be high. 3-2. This is where you need a senior to be big for you right here.
Yeah, Dawson Everett, one of the seniors on this team. You're going to step up. Now's the time to do it. You got 2 runners out there.
And ball 4 right there is going to load him up for Chaz Tiefetiller.
Leave the work for Chaz here. Let's see what he can do.
That is actually Dawson's 3rd walk of the night. So Dawson walked
Batting catcher number 9,
all 3
Chaz
times.
Tiefetiller.
Yeah, just something hard in a gap.
And Chaz gets that one in the air. behind second base, and second baseman's going to get it, and that'll do it here in the bottom of the fourth as Pratt scores 0 runs, and we end with 7-3 after 4. So we'll be back here in the top of the fifth. You've been listening to Greenback Sports on Media or Estes Media.
Estes Media. Boy, we're going to have to work on you.
Top of the fifth here, got Morgan up at the plate for Larned. Dawson Everett still on the mound for Pratt. And a 4-run lead for the Greenbacks.
I think I talked about this last year, but the light scope is like glary too. It's like a glare.
Both halves of the innings, Larned and Pratt, both leaving some runners
on
the bases. Pratt 2 there, and Larned with the bases loaded couldn't get any in.
No, we had bases loaded
there.
too,
Yeah, we did. Bases loaded for the Greenbacks there, and
Everett.
Neither team able to score and take advantage of either one of those opportunities.
And that's a ground ball. Bolin comes across, fields it. The throw, good for out number 1. So great play by Bolin to come across and make that play.
Now batting right field, number 22, Ty Smith.
Smith up at the plate for Larned. Smith 0 for 2 on the day.
Well, you know, an inning or so earlier, I was about to say it looks like the wind's dying down a bit. The flag was kind of starting to lay down, but you look back out there now as the lights come on and it's getting a little darker. That flag's still blowing hard out there.
Yeah. There's probably some places in the country where they would have canceled the game today. Like, it's too windy. But not in Kansas.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some games canceled today because of the wind. What do we say? Liberal canceled school because of the wind. Yeah.
That curveball drove foul down the left field line.
Another long strike.
Remember the days when the only time they canceled school was when it was like 5 inches of snow or more? And
I don't ever remember them canceling school.
It was rare.
That was back in my day, though, when we walked to school uphill both ways.
Yep.
After you fed the cows.
Yeah.
Holes in my shoes.
Anybody listening right now is, Cody, you are so full of it.
1 pair of socks.
Other than afterwards.
Unless he tipped it.
Where's my sensor button here, Lori?
Ground ball sharp to Barrett Bolin at third. He knocks it down, comes up with the throw, and the tag by Tatro. So
fortunate the throw took him into the into the runner there. Good job by Tatro to come off the base.
I think he hurt his wrist on that one, shaking his hand a little bit, but great play by Tatro and great job by Bolin knocking it down, getting the throw across. That makes Smith 0 for 3 on the night. So Sanders 1 for 2.
First baseman number 25, Ian Sanders.
So 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
There, good first pitch strike by Dawson Everett.
Nice curveball right there.
It must be getting chillier out there, though. Everybody look at it in the stands has got blankets out now and hoodies on, and that 80 degrees weather we had a couple hours ago looks like it's faded pretty quickly.
Yeah. And that's driven foul right there. 0-2 the count, 2 outs here, top of the 5th. 7-3 your score. And that's a grounder to Bolin. He grabs it, comes across, and that's going to be an out. So Bolin makes all 3 plays in that inning right there.
And some good plays by Justice Tatro over there on first base. Some stretch plays to get those outs.
7-3 your score going into the bottom of the 5th. So
we'll take a break and we'll be back.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media. To Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
Bottom of the 5th here, 7-3 your score. So Kraft leading off for the Greenbacks. Kraft 1 for 1 on the night, was also hit by a pitch. So and make that another pitch.
Right on cue.
Boom. Kraft's going to limp down to first. He threw the bat like he was going to be tough, but now look at him. limping.
Oh,
Jeff,
he is. He's rubbing it.
Jeff, I know you're listening here.
Jeff was one that said he was going to tune
Yeah.
in since he wasn't able to make it.
Caught him right in the side of the leg.
Yeah, this kid is throwing a bit harder than what they've seen.
Yep. So back to the top of the lineup with Max Uni. Max is 1 for 2 with a walk. And that one up the middle, knocked down by the pitcher. Not able to get the force at second, but is able to get it over to first for the out there. So Uni able to advance the runner. Good contact up the middle, but the pitcher able to knock it down.
And as a coach, you like to see solid contact. I mean, you're not always going to get it in a gap, but when you see your hitters hitting with solid contact, those are good swings.
Yeah. Yeah, you ultimately you want to force the guys to make a play. That's where force them to do what they need to do to make a play, and, when they make mistakes. That ball in the dirt is going to let Kraft move up to third. Tay Wilson at the plate. Tay 0 for 3 on the night. Did have a fielder's choice in the first inning. And that one in the dirt's going to make it 3-0. Going to take that one for a strike. Kraft at third, hit by pitch. Got over there in 2 more pitches. And that's going to be ball 4. I think Tay might have thought that one was a strike, too.
He kind of waited around saying, "Are you sure I can go? You call that a ball?"
Yeah.
All right, if you're going to give it to me, I'll go.
Right fielder, number 5, Jaden Meese.
So Meese coming up to bat. Meese has walked twice. So he's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Wilson's at first. I think we steal Wilson right here. And he does go. So Wilson going to be at second. That's going to get runners at second and third.
And Larned making no attempt there.
No.
Not with the runner on third.
And with Meese right here, you just need something on the ground to the right side. Or up the middle. That'll work too. So Meese goes up the middle. That's going to get 2 runs in. As Kraft and Wilson come across. That's going to make it 9-3 here in the bottom of the 5th.
That's what they were missing that last inning. Had runners in scoring position, just couldn't get them home. That time, Jaden Meese able to do so.
Now batting, first baseman, number 12, Justice Tatro.
Justice Tatro at the plate. Tatro is 1 for 3 tonight. Meese with the lead at first. Hope with the pitch. Probably didn't tell you guys, new pitcher this inning, so Hope on the mound. And that's going to be in for a strike. 1-1 the count. In the dirt, Meese is going to get a jump right away. Good throw by the catcher.
Oh,
and they're going to call him out on that one. So Meese got a good jump when it hit the dirt, but great recovery there by Shaver. Gets Meese out at second. So that's going to be out number 2. So,
well, you never like to see outs on the base path.
yeah, it hurts on that. I mean, that is one of those that you're talking earlier about the aggressiveness. Like, hey, that ball's in the dirt, get going. And
Well, and with that change of pitcher, with the velocity that this pitcher has, that ball's getting to the plate a lot quicker than what they've seen the first 4 innings.
Yep.
Really cuts that time you've got to steal down by quite a bit.
2s across the board here for Tatro.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. I need one of those buttons.
And that's going to be a ball. And that's going to be foul to the right side. So full count here with 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, 9-3 your score. Tatro at the plate, 4-hole hitter for the Greenbacks. And fouls that one off as well. Hope in the windup. And the delivery and pitch. And that one to right side. It's going to get down fair. That's going to be an extra base for Tatro. They're going to come up, and Tatro's going to be into second with a stand-up double.
A way to fight off a couple pitches there. Keep yourself in play.
Yeah, good at bat.
Now batting third base.
And that's something that Coach Hill stresses is being good 2-strike hitters. You hear him say it a lot. Justice doing a good job of it there.
Yeah, good at bat by Justice right there. Keeps the inning going for the Greenbacks. So Barrett Bolin up now. Bolin, the third baseman. And that's off-speed curveball in there for strike 1. And that looked like another curveball in there.
Yeah, another good-looking pitch.
0-2 the count, 2 outs. Runner at second. And that fastball is going to be fouled to the right side and get out of play.
New life. And you hear Coach Hill telling him, jump at that. See a good pitch like that, be aggressive.
And Bolin gets under that one, high to right field. He's struggling with it. I think that's going to get down, and it does get down. So Tatro's going to store. Bolin's going to round second and head towards third. And the relay's not going to be in time, and that's going to be a run for the Greenbacks as Bolin gets into third on the triple right there. So I think that's one of those windy ones, get it up, that you were talking about.
Yeah, as much as that wind's been blowing today, anything that stays in the air that long is not a sure thing.
Yeah, tough play for the right fielder right there. So another run comes in. Bolin at third with Creston Poor at the plate, 2 outs. And that's going to be up for ball 1. And Poor hits one high to right. That one's going to get in foul play, and it's going to be caught by the second baseman. So I think that was one that was up that we went after and popped it up in the air. So Greenbacks get 3 that inning, so they stretch the lead 10-3. We're ready for the top of the 6th. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with you.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
Connor at the plate for Larned right here. Dawson Everett still on the mound here in the top of the 6th.
Just checked that weather there. It says it feels like 52 now with that wind.
Ooh. What did it?
85 earlier today, and now feels like 52.
Mm.
Like I said, you can see it based on the fans out there. They are bundled up.
Curveball by Everett. Let this one go foul. Pratt won the first game, as we've talked about, 14-4. So looking to pick up a sweep the doubleheader here.
Yeah, it'd be a good start for the week for the Greenbacks, as they not much time for rest on game Thursday.
Nope.
I think he trapped that ball. Yep.
That one driven to left. Tough play for Wilson. Unable to come up with it, and that's going to be a single for for Connor.
Now batting right fielder, number 13, Deacon Martin.
Martin at the plate.
I put him as a 7 at the beginning.
Oh, is he 7? Yes, he's 7.
Yeah. I had to go back and see.
And first pitch strike for Dawson Everett.
He does a good job of staying ahead in the count.
Yeah. I didn't hear. Whatever that pitch was, the first one was a strike.
I think he called that a strike.
2-0-2.
First one was a strike. Was that one a strike or a ball there? I didn't see it.
I can't see you.
I thought he called the last one a strike. The first one was definitely a strike.
Well, I didn't reset it from the other.
Everett attempts the pickoff. Runner goes, and that was a strike. So one strikeout there for Everett. And that brings up
No, well, 26 isn't there anymore.
yeah, 10's in for 26. So
Now batting number 10, Mason
Yeah,
Miller.
say Mason Miller.
Is he a pitcher?
So Miller came in for Morgan when Morgan was taken off the mound. So Miller at the plate for the first time tonight.
Good pitch there. Caught the outside edge.
1-2 the count. Runner at second here with one out on the top of the 6th. Nice curveball right there, fouled off by Miller. So
Yeah, Miller really looked like he was on his front foot there ahead of that ball.
yeah, count will stay at 1-2. Man, remind me to tell you my invention idea that I just thought of while we were sitting here.
Okay, yeah, you can't say that on the air.
Swing-
Somebody will
no.
take it from you.
Swing and strike 3 right there by Miller. So that's 2 outs here in the top of the 6th on back-to-back strikeouts. That's going to bring us.
Now I'm curious to hear this.
After number 3, Carson Shaver.
That's going to bring us back to the top with Shaver, and Coach Hill's going to go to the mound. And he's going to snag the ball there, and let's see who we're bringing in.
So good innings there from Dawson.
So
Everett.
Dawson Everett's going to end the night with 43 pitches.
43-ish.
And we're going to put freshman Creston Poor on the mound.
Everett ends with 4.
So we're going to take a quick break while Poor's getting ready, and we'll be right back with you.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
All right, back to action. Pitching change here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Freshman Creston Poor comes on the mound as the top of the lineup comes up for Larned with Shaver.
You know, you were just saying last time he was on the mound, faced a tough situation over there at Kingman coming in
Yeah.
to the top of the 7th.
Bottom of the seventh, up by 1 with the runner on and no outs. And
Yeah, that's a tough position to throw a freshman in. But good experience.
yeah. We're a little bit harder on him because we tell him that whole freshman piece doesn't count.
You're right, you can't use that as an excuse.
Like, you need to go throw strikes. And here we go by hitting that guy. It's is it this one here?
Yeah,
it's
that's
probably
the,
more like that's more what it's like. All right, 2 outs, 2 runners on, 1 hit batter. Maybe what's the season record on that?
I don't know if they've got one for amount of pickles you've been in. Surely they've got one for hit batters.
Pitchers who've hit batters.
Good ball. I thought that was a golf term.
Cole Glazier up.
It's universally accepted in the sports world, Lori.
Good to know.
And that's going to be a foul ball right there. So 0-2 the count right here.
Yeah, that's the position you want to be in, yeah, if you're Creston. Now you can throw some pitches that
Yeah.
don't need to be strikes, get him chasing. He's got to protect a little more than normal. No need to put something over the plate.
Curveball in the dirt right there. Who did we have going at? I didn't see who went to second base.
It's Shaver. Who just got hit.
Our
Oh.
second baseman.
I think it's Devert. I think Dawson Everett moved to second when Creston came in to pitch. So
Oh, that looked like a good
Oh,
pitch there.
nice
and
pitch,
it was.
and it was.
He did ring him up on that one. So good outing there by Creston Poor.
well, that's going to do it here in the top of the 6th. So Larned gets 0 runs, stays 10-3 as we move to the bottom of the 6th. We'll be back in a second.
You're listening to Greenback Sports, brought to you by Eastus Media.
Dawson Everett at the plate as we get back to action here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch going to be a strike from Hope. Hope on the mound for his second inning. Dawson with 3 walks tonight so far. And that's going to be a base hit. Nope. Up the middle, shortstop makes a great play. The throw is not good, gets past. So Everett's going to reach first right there on the throw. Tough play there for the shortstop, but. And they're going to give him second base. They're going to call obstruction as that throw got past the first baseman and he went to go towards second.
What's the call there? So they're saying that Dawson attempted to make a move to second and was interfered with. Then?
Yeah. The first baseman, when Dawson went to go to second, ran into the first baseman. So they call that obstruction on the first baseman there. Chaz Tiefetiller at the plate. Chaz 1 for 2 tonight, was also hit by a pitch earlier. That one's up, even in the count at 1-1. Nice little curveball right there.
He's got a nice curveball. Seen a couple of those pitches that don't look like they're going to catch the edge, and in the last minute they do. Oh, that's a tough pitch to take with 2 strikes.
He's got some nice tools. You know, you kind of wonder, like, you know, why you don't bring him in earlier. Or
Yeah,
why
he doesn't start the game.
And the pickoff play back to second is not in time. So Everett back. And that's a grounder to the third baseman who makes the throw to first. That throw no good. And Everett rounds third as he went on the throw, and he's headed home, and he will score. So Dawson Everett scores on that one. As Tiefetiller reaches on the throw from the third baseman. And we're going to get a Roscoe in to run for Tiefetiller. That's going to bring up Kyler Kraft. So 11-3. Be nice if we could just punch 2 across. And
Yeah,
end it
get
right
2
here.
in here and be on our way.
I noticed the crowd has thinned out.
Yes, it has. Well, when everybody can go home and watch us on the broadcast,
Yeah, why would you?
Why brave
Yeah.
this cold weather?
Exactly.
We're getting really distracted by the other people in the booth here.
And that one's going to be inside. I thought he was going to get hit by a pitch again. That would have been his third one tonight.
Man, the Greenback batters up and down the lineup, they hug that batter's box.
Yeah. Foul ball right there. Eleven to 3 right now, bottom of the 6th. Got a runner at first with nobody out. 1 run already in this inning. Kyler Kraft at the plate. And that's going to be called strike 3 on the inside. Looks like we're working white to whites on that. That's going to get us back to the top of the lineup with Max Uni.
See if Max can do something, get us going.
Low for ball 1.
As a hitter, do you prefer facing a pitcher that's got more velocity or less velocity?
More.
What's the thinking behind that?
Some of it, for me at least, is Max is going to ground into the double play right there. So that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 6th. It's More velocity on a couple of things. One, timing is easier because most of what you're doing in practice and some of that, your timing is set for that speed, and the slower stuff comes in, looks like a bigger beach ball, and you get out on your front foot more. Whereas if it's quicker, you're kind of on your back foot a little bit more, and you got your weight still behind you. And then the other piece is the harder a pitcher throws and you make good contact, the farther the ball will go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when you've got slower pitchers, you struggle to drive it as far as you can if you got somebody that's throwing harder. So
makes sense.
11-3 here. We'll be back with you here in just a minute for the top of the seventh. Hope up here in the top of the seventh. So Pratt with the 8-run lead here just needs to get their 3 outs and walk away with 2 victories tonight, which will be good.
Yeah, that's the way we came into this, saying we need to start the week, pick up 4 wins this week.
Yeah.
Get 2 of them here tonight, and then on to Hoisington Thursday.
Yeah, and that's the conversation with the Kingman games is, you split with Kingman and ground ball to Max Uni at short, and he's not going to be able to make the play. So Hope going to reach on the air by Uni. And, that's like the Kingman one. You hate to split. You win the first one big. The second one's a close battle. They had a good pitcher on the mound, and you hate to lose it. But, man, those are games you want to be in. They're good games, and then you're not as, a couple people made the comment. They're like, yeah, that wasn't a league game. So good to
get those out of the way in non-league games. Yeah, if you're going to drop one.
Yeah. Runner goes, throw by Tifa Tiller, gets past Everett. First pitch was a ball, so want to know the count here. Runner at second. One and one the count on that foul ball. Poor with the pitch, curveball. Another play back to Uni. Uni fields it, throws across the diamond, gets the out. And that moves Hope up to third. So first out of the inning here, Hope goes to third. And that's going to bring up Smith. Smith is 0 for tonight. The right fielder had some struggles out there just from some of the...
Boy, it's tough to put any blame on anybody today with that wind.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have some balls hit the ground. And I think you got to know that going into it.
That one's low and in the dirt, gets by Tifa Tiller, and that run's going to score. And I think that's all right there, right? Like, I mean, the guy gets on by an error, but just you're up 8 runs.
Yeah, you just don't want to let it keep building.
Yeah,
you don't want to let those things snowball.
Yeah, get him off the base path so you feel like you can start fresh again. And ball 2 is up, so 2-0 on the batter.
Yeah, what's the other one? There it is. You've got a great filter, Chad.
This is why I announce, because I know I can't say things. Hit batter right there, puts a runner at first. And that's going to be ball one here to Sanders.
Does he like pitching? He does.
Yeah. And that's going to be a high fly out to right field. I thought it was to center first, but right field, Meese with the catch and tries to double him up. No luck on that. And he's going to tag up and go to second. So good thinking, almost had him there, but throw gets past. That's going to be 2 outs.
Yeah, and that's one of those plays, too, I think you make knowing you've got a 7-run cushion. You don't make that play in a close game.
Yeah.
But when you've got to say, you go for that play.
Yeah. Yeah, because you never know when you might need it in the close game.
Yeah.
And you've been able to make it, so.
Well, like you said, though, when that ball hit, I thought it was going to center field. That
Yeah.
wind pushed it all the way to right field.
And that's a fly ball to right. Let's see if that's going to be foul. So just as an update, because I'm missing it tonight, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Wichita State, number 25, is up by 1 over number 2, Oklahoma State. So 1 more out, and the Lady Shockers pick up a win over a number 2 ranked team. Nice curveball right back up the middle. Everett with the play, the throw, the dig by Justice Tatro. So great dig by Tatro. And that's going to do it here as the Mavericks, or as the Greenbacks. God, I did it good this whole game.
Almost finished out the game perfect, Chad. And then you go and drop a Mavericks.
Run it.
As the Greenbacks close it out. There you go. We've got that button there for a reason.
Greenbacks win 11-4. So Greenbacks pick up 2 wins tonight, 2 very good wins against Larned. And they're back in action on Thursday at Hoisington, game time at 4 o'clock. So what else you got, Cody?
Nothing. Everybody that's out there watching, thanks for tuning in. Glad we got to do this, and we'll see if we can do it some more in the future. So it's going to be a wrap here from Green Sports Complex as the Greenbacks pick up 2 big wins.
You've been listening to Greenback Baseball